Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. How do I sound to you and me? You and me. Okay, oh, that sounds good. That sounds fine. All right, let me get this game back up and going and try to just ride this wave. And yeah, okay. So what is the deal? Because I was getting compliments. I was getting compliments. Is the mic different? George is in NPR mode. Hello, beautiful man. Beautiful sounding man. This is pitched down. You sound like an AI. What the heck? We fade from like compliments about how beautiful the voice is to confusion over a glitch I have been having in Windows 10 where the audio of my streams will randomly pitch low when starting, or apparently randomly in the middle of the thing. That's definitely not good. Yeah, last week I did a little bit of singing, and I have been getting into singing lessons and learning how to control and appreciate the sound of one's own voice is gotta be good for your mental health. Much better now. Glitches won't bring you down, George. Use voice meter. I'm looking at the meter. I don't have a way of visualizing the pitch though, but the volume is there at least. What am I doing with my life? I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics in front of 20 or so people on Twitch. And this is a game that I had a very weird time figuring out. There is a mod installed here. Wait, no, I want to go back. I gotta remind myself which button is back and which button is forward. There's a mod that I installed here that added a very, very difficult filter of a battle at Zeklaus Desert here that I might have over-leveled my characters for. We're in the mid-30s, if I remember correctly. 35, yeah, Georgicles here is a level 35 Knight. You gotta go watch some tutorials on what you can actually do with voice meter. I feel like watching tutorials to learn how to play Final Fantasy Tactics is something that might have also been required as well. You're definitely supposed to read the manual for this game. I had to dig up a PDF of the manual. It was doing a thing that the old Pokemon games did, where they walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to beat the first few towns, because it's like the game developers are just very well aware of how complicated their game is. I've been relying on Georgicles, their Edwin, level 36, the Geomancer has been fun. Ywain was an archer who seems to have been obsoleted by a machinist halfway through the story, so he got lagged behind at level 29. Glinda, the white mage, Glinda, I enjoy the name generator in this game. Level 37 has been in most of the battles. Agrias, the Holy Knight, level 34, she shows up in most of the battles. Sometimes I rely on her for longer distance projectile attacks, but most of the time the 5th spot is going to Mustadio here. He's at level 33. He has a pistol. Apparently there's guns in this Final Fantasy universe, but it's not a science fiction diesel punk FF7 one. Yeah, Mustadio shoots people from far away. Agrias, and to a lesser extent Glinda, shoot people when you're closer to them. And so does Edwin, and then Edwin and Georgicles kind of pull it together for close range. This is an important question to ask for all the other people who know Final Fantasy Tactics better than me, is, what do I do with all these other guys? The way the game works doesn't seem to be engendering a sort of a Pokemon-style team rotation incentive where you want to keep your whole roster of all your captured little buddies leveling up together. So let's see, the Purple Project says you look at them every now and then. I have an internet friend of mine is helping coach me through Final Fantasy Tactics, and they said that these other guys you might as well just kind of ignore. You pick a group of 5 who you like the best, and they clearly got leveled up way above everyone else. And sometimes, depending on the battles, there can be some circumstantial prioritization required over who you're bringing in and who you're leaving behind. But for the vast majority of the time, you just gotta get a guy who's a healer, and a guy who's a long-distance shooter, and then fill the 3 up with some pretty versatile knight-style classes, and it seems like you got most of the battles that I've played covered up until that ridiculously difficult one that the mod added, which I guess we might have to talk about later. Another thing that's tripping me up is some little issues with equipping. Let's see, I'll eventually hit it as I go down the list. High Ether and X Potion, I want to be keeping these in ample stock. I have been burning through your usual Final Fantasy emergency use items. In Final Fantasy Tactics, you burn through them. You're gobbling down, keeping 20 or so Phoenix Downs is, yeah, I have 5. Let's bump it up to 20. Keeping 20 Phoenix Downs is on hand seems like what they actually want you to be doing. I don't think I need to restock. Yeah, I do. I need to restock antidotes. So sometimes, after a battle, I will consume items and I'll want an auto refill. I'll go back to these shop menus and go through a ritual of clicks that brings things back to this comfortable baseline where I'm so brave and courageous as to never enter a fight without 20 Phoenix Downs and 20 high potions. So yeah, like what to do with extra items that are taking up space, what to do with extra teammates that are taking up space, and sometimes how to get like a clearer read on whether or not the chameleon robe is supposed to be better than what's a power garb. The values, the numerology, it's not super duper clearly telegraphed, but I also suspect, as is typical with Final Fantasy games, it's actually a lot more simpler than they're making it look. So I'll mouth my way into a battle here. We actually got a real battle going on, and I'll check chat when we get some downtime, because another thing I will be mentioning that is also a saving grace of modern emulators is the fast forward button. This Final Fantasy, boy oh boy, if you love sitting and waiting for your Final Fantasy battle animations to complete, boy oh boy, do they have a Final Fantasy for you with this one. I've never played a slower strategy game in my life. I don't know how kids were playing this without a fast forward button in the 90s. But those are minor niggles. There's very cool things going on here, like this music, and a more divisive issue with fans is the translation, which the fans recommended me towards the updated War of the Lions one from 2006, I think it was, and it did work. I like it. I can imagine these kinds of characters talking like this. And yet I'm still getting hung up on, like, literary minutiae. The fans, and I think the marketing might have done this, describe it as Shakespearean. Don't quite know about that. But anyways, Ovelia. Let's see, if I'm remembering what happened in the story right, Ovelia... Another thing is that, like, the story, it feels like there is a very grounded, serious, political... I don't know if I want to call it medieval. It's more like early modern. There's a liberalism revolution going on. All the medieval peasants are deciding that they actually want to be democratic Republican citizens. There is a rash of banditry plaguing the countryside, and the things that the bandits are saying sound suspiciously idealistically modern. There is a very, very negative depiction of nobility in the upper classes of a feudal system, and a very, very positive depiction of those rebels who are sounding like they are fighting for a cause of some more liberal modern idealism that they're going to transition the medieval world into. So yeah, I'm totally digging the Napoleonic vibes going on to the story here. So the character, if I'm recalling right, I'm probably going to butcher some of the details. This is a sister of our main character, I think. I might be getting that relationship wrong, but I think she's a distressed sister, a damsel in distress, a sister in distress. We're on the run from a powerful faction. Don't really want to call it the law, because the whole story is about how corrupt the medieval feudal contract had apparently become at this point, and it's more like you're getting chased by various flavors of powerful crime lords instead of an established legal authority. Anyways, Ovelia is saying,
O Father, grant unto us, your children of Avalice, salvation. Allow not this war to consume our realm, but set us swiftly on the proper course, that we might know true peace.
Yeah, you see it? I can read that very Homeric. It lines up very, very nicely with the epic poetry. I thought I might find you here again. This night carries with it a chill wind. You'd best return to your chambers before the sun... Ah! Delita! Oh, I'm sorry. Delita! I'm alright. It only grazed me. Run, quickly. Yeah, that's the other thing. Early modern more than medieval. There's, like, crappy guns. They have crappy guns. They have some, I think, hints of crappy printing press going on. So, yeah, this also feels delightfully unconventional by doing the Pentiment thing of having you believe that you're getting a medievalist story when really you're getting, like, the modern liberalism... post-Enlightenment revolutions from the 18th and 19th centuries. If you like this, the Final Fantasy Tactics guys who've been playing this game for decades, who might be showing up here, might I recommend a Fire Emblem? There's a really good Fire Emblem called Fire Emblem Echoes, Shadows of Valentia, I think, where you have a gratifully, tactically satisfying turn-based Napoleon quest game, where your party of young adventurers are they look like medieval knights in medieval armor, but they are very clearly trying to transition to a setting less steeped in those so very familiar, overused, tired medievalist tropes. So the setting feels a little more original too. The story feels serious and realistic, a hell of a lot more so than FF7. However, there's still issues with the way it's being told that I'll get into soon, because I just went on a tangent of thought that added something like 500 more words to one line of dialogue that I broke my voice acting train of thought to go to. So he would say, Pawns of Larg, are you not sent by Lord Dykadarg? Oh, the naming schemes are funny too. Didn't hit me until I said it out loud, actually, how funny that one is, but there's some funny names going on. They must be grown rife with fear to employ such open measures. Huh. Our quarry is well guarded. Strike down her shield as well. As you will. I bear you not save pity, but my hand is forced. I will take your lives! Oh, yeah, I love that overdramatic Homeric flair. Yeah, the translation, I am a fan of the flowery, elaborate, overdramatic translation. Don't know if I want to call it Shakespearean. Let's call it operatic, actually. I like that. Yeah, it's the kind of writing where, it's written for bad actors who have at least taken acting classes. Petro. So these two guys are ninjas? Snow melt bomb. Oh, it's like a snowball? Okay, so your first order of operation in FFT is also a little weird too. This little menu pops up giving you actions. You don't want to pick any actions. You want to cancel that menu and press triangle and see who's going to go first. So this is an issue that I'm assuming is arising from modern perspectives of higher screen space resolution than what they had in 1997, but I am a little tripped up every now and then having to go back and forth from this menu to the battle. Is it just me? It can't be just me. There's a little bit of a loading time when you click that, isn't it? It's a lot of clicks, and there's a split second, 10-15 frames of loading time when you hit the turn list. The unit list is something I wish I could see much more helpful at a glance without this fade going on. Fade to black. Longer wait that time. That was probably about 4 to 5 seconds. Yeah, some menus feel a little clunky and cumbersome, but that comes at the benefit of the game looking really ridiculously good. These little diorama stages, I love them. They remind me of Fez. They remind me of indie games from 2008, from 20 years later. Incredibly solid art direction for what little amount of graphics the PlayStation 1 could push. yeah, look at how a brick style, brick facing on a brick wall makes it very natural for 90-degree angles and square shapes to blend together into something that is absolutely making a far more beautiful image as a whole than the pieces of their parts. I also like how much is implied in the background there. Very Windows 95 wallpaper, but my mind's eye, my imagination, because it is so basic and because there is so little ground actually being rendered by the 3D, but to such great visual detail, it is so easy to imagine so much going on in the background there, which might actually be why a lot of players fall in love with the setting of Ivalice. I've yet to really feel it myself, but I'm wondering if the what you don't see in the background there is doing far more to sell the detail and realism of the world-building setting than if they actually had put more of a background on there. Because whatever you're imagining is going to be cooler than whatever they could put themselves. Anyways, let's look at... No, not the unit list. No, go back. I misclicked. I wanted to hit the turn list, because that's what's at the top of the list whenever I bring this triangle menu up. Delita's going first. Avilia's going second. Werner's going third, Petro is going fourth, and then we repeat the loop again. So I also have a kind of unelegant flow to checking out what kind of character is what kind of role, what kind of role we're playing. Delita is a holy knight. You learn experientially, but I've also... I've learned experientially that holy knight means medium-range projectiles attacks. That scale with the character's HP. But the routine I've gotten into here feels kind of clumsy. Is this the right way to do it? Is this the right way to play Final Fantasy? You move the cursor over the enemies, check their status, press select, roll over a description of a ninja, a warrior who uses stealth to be all but invisible. The ninja may also throw weapons at faraway enemies. Their ability is that they dual wield. So you gotta read that to get an idea for what kind of match you're gonna have. And another thing is, like, being able to predict what sort of moves they're gonna be throwing at me before I see it happen. I'd like to know. Okay, so let's hash this out loud. I am going through this the first time. I don't know what I'm in for. The ninja description said they throw stars at long distances. Their equipment has a couple little throwing knives, the kunais. Life font. They will be recovering HP upon moving. That's annoying. That means that speed is of an issue. Counterattack is annoying. That means that hitting for high numbers is an issue. Throw items. So it sounds like they're good at range combat, but bad at close range melee combat. So let's get Delita up close. Wait, before I do that, let me check Princess. Let me check to see what a princess does. Daughter to the king and an heir in line for the throne, she is the epitome of elegance and grace. She hits for 15%, attack 5, holy magics, here we go, this is how she's actually useful. So she's like a white mage, recovery and protection, counter, tackle, re-equip. Okay, so I'll have her keep a little bit of distance, and Delita will be up close. And I'll move him to the back of their formation instead of the front to try and aggro the female ninja. What are their names? Let me use their names. Petro is the female. Werner the ninja. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to aggro Petro into attacking Delita so that the princess healer character will stay clear of all damage in this fight. I hope. Let's see how that pans out. Oh, I'm not controlling her. She's a guest. Okay, I know that now. I was not preparing for that. Yeah, there's Aegis. Let's see what this does. Haste and Shell, Protect. Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. Okay, yeah, I wonder if I should keep narrating, because now I'm gonna be reacting Musk Pole. I love the satisfying feedback when they guard an attack. Very, very satisfying noise and animation on that one. That was 2 attacks, okay. So we got 209 HP at 334 maximum. Let's do another hit on the male ninja. This looks like it might be a very easy battle. I have been neglecting his projectile abilities. I would have made better use of the turn by being a little more conscious of that stuff, but I think this is actually a battle you're playing more for the story than the actual tactical enjoyment. Yeah, I'm having problems with interface and learning curve, but I am really enjoying and quite impressed with the gameplay system. I bet a lot of sweaty gamers are going to hate the comparison, but what of course has made my mind easier to learn it and get used to it is thinking of it in Dark Souls terms. It feels like we are slowing down a Dark Souls fight and taking all the time in the world to think about the decisions that you have to make in 8 frames or so. Lock on to an enemy in Dark Souls or not is similar to whether or not you're looking in the right direction at the end of your turn. Leaving you vulnerable after a heal, requiring you to stay in place to aim for a heavy attack. Yeah, I bet the gamers hate me falling back on that familiar one, but it works because it is such a complete exploration of the minutiae of game combat. The minutiae here. We are like overthinking situations that these characters are instinctively deciding in a flash. That fight scene might have lasted like 30 seconds of real time. I really wish, probably beyond the demands of the technology at the time, I wish it was a more standard feature in turn-based strategy games to get a real-time playback of the fight scene you just choreographed, because what you would see would look really cool, like RE6 era RE6 characters acting like demigods, making the most perfect decisions every time any kind of move in the fight scene makes. Would be really cool to see happen again in a real-time replay. Anyways, back to acting.
Thank you, Delita. Are you hurt?
Truly the Dark Souls of tactics games. It's no cause for concern. You're quite the troublesome princess, aren't you? I'm so sorry, I did not mean to. I'm glad you're safe.
Delita.
John Wick Hex does that, though it's kind of jank. Yeah, give us a John Wick mode. I would love to see your characters pivoting around at the perfect distances and making all the perfect micro movements. Truly, by focusing on such minute, tiny little, fast, instinctive, speedy reflexes of decisions, we are truly delving into tactical territory here as we venture into the huge wood. John Wick Hex does that, though it's kinda jank. Why don't more games do that, and why is it kinda jank in John Wick Hex? There might be some technological explanation here about how the logic of turn-based gameplay is just at its core so decoupled from real-time depictions of combat that the game engines ultimately can't simplify it into elegant code, and a lot of glitches and technical headaches would result. I would imagine that the turn-based strategy games have been around long enough to iron out those headaches by now, though. Oh my god, I should make a save state. This is another thing I've had to learn about Final Fantasy Tactics. Saving is weird. If you die and you forgot to make a save state, you might have a bad time. Yeah, this is the kind of game where imagining the kids playing it without an emulator is harder to do. Those who fell in the 50 Years' War still linger in this wood. You will find no release here. Return with your remorse to the land of the dead. You can get auto-suckered into multiple battles between saves. Yes. Yeah, a fast-forward button and a save state system seem pretty necessary to really get into a flow state and start enjoying myself here. And I'm wondering how many cycles of repetition and retries that took the kids in the 90s. Aeolides. Okay, so our pistol shooter goes first. Who is Rafa? I forgot. Yeah, okay. So I'm having to think through problems of ludonarrative dissonance, where I like the idea of the story, but some things just happen without proper introduction. I forgot who Rafa is. Whoever Rafa is... Okay, no, I think I'm kind of remembering... I'm remembering something kind of like a rescue mission 3 towns ago. That was 2 days in real life ago. Yeah, we rescued Rafa from 3 towns ago and are escorting her through the woods, but the story took a break on the way to talk about your childhood friend Delita and the sister in distress. Okay. So that's a parallel narrative. I have to work through it. I have to rethink through this thing. Following the plot is a little hard on this one, but when I am able to follow it, it is good plot. So, like... Yeah, I'm not gonna be any meaner than that. I don't have the heart at the moment. So anyways, Mustadio's going first. He has a pistol, he shoots enemies with a gun, and then the Sky Seer, Rafa, goes. Let's see what that is. An assassin able to bend the laws of nature by speaking the words of forbidden sky mantra. Sky Seer job command. Attacks with a power that does not rely upon faith. What does that mean? Oh, okay, they have the faith score. That might mean that they're... Oh gosh, there's some kind of complicated astrological zodiac system going on that I don't think I need to figure out. I think I can have fun without having to do this. But what is her attack like? She's a guest character, so she's going to be controlled by the AI, but she's going to hit people with a stick. That's the best I can read from this. I don't know what kind of magic she has. I don't know if she has projectile attacks, or if they're close range attacks, or something else entirely. I see her pole. I see that she hits for 5 points, and that there's a number of 10 associated with that as well. I'll figure it out as I go along. Just got to keep that in mind. Something unpredictable is going to happen at turn number 3. Then we got our Geomancer, then we got Georgicles, then we got our healer. Okay, so Aeolides is the first ghost who's up, and I believe these guys have some pretty basic melee style combat abilities. A mere touch sucks the life from his target though, so I guess I should keep an eye out for that. Drain touch. Is that what I was talking about? Drain HP from the target with a fell touch. How is that different from a melee attack though? Isn't that what a melee attack does? Attack by striking with a mass, a range of 3. Okay, so he has short range projectiles. Oh, the time mages are annoying. So when the enemies go, Neil the Black Mage will go first. Macine. Who's Macine? Is this the time mage, I'm guessing? Oh no, she's hidden by the log. Time Mage. And I need to rethink how scary some of these characters look, because I think I might want to go after the Time Mages first. Okay, then we have a Black Mage, another Time Mage, another Ghost, something different about him though. And there's another Ghost being hidden by the camera angle. Level 36, 36, and 35. It's a Ghast. A Revenant, and a Ghoul. I think I've fought those enemies before and don't recall there being anything significantly different about them. So let's start out by shooting our closest Time Mage with a normal gun. Oh, now we get to find out what Rafa's abilities look like. So now I'm seeing that, yeah, you can totally ignore the Zodiac system and still beat the game. Hint, she sucks! Okay, that's good to know. Alright, RIP handheld systems. I've been playing this on a handheld, and I almost feel like that's the way to go with turn-based strategy. Playing turn-based strategy on handhelds... Is it actually better? Something about being able to walk around the room, or put the screen down and look outside at grass while you're thinking about your move helps. I feel like I perform better at real-time strategy games when I'm playing this on a handheld, and that's something I haven't been able to do in my gaming life until remarkably recent. Okay, we got a Geomancer. 1, 2... Oh, this is another question I should ask the Final Fantasy weirdos in chat. If there is a better way to gauge attack range than what I'm doing here, where I'm going to prepare a Geomancy attack, select a target with the cursor, but I'm not actually doing that at all. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a range of 5, so let's cancel all those clicks I just put in, and then select her again, and then hit move, and move the cursor over to the bad guy, and start counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And using that method to calculate the range. Is there a better way to do that? Please tell me. That can't possibly be... It's fun, it works, I have enjoyed the game while using that method, but it does feel a little cumbersome, I gotta say. Oh, and then there's also the thing with farming JP, which I think the mod might have saved me some trouble for along the way. Okay, Georgicles can't close the distance with the Time Mage, so we'll make use of his melee attack with this guy here. And the White Mage, I enjoy controlling the White Mage and how you gotta you gotta prepare 7 turns in advance. But yeah, I can easily imagine why they chose the PSP first for remastering and remaking. Apparently the mobile cell phone version comes highly rated as well. Real-time turn-based strategy. Turn-based strategy as a genre seems very well suited for portable machines. And I've been trying to get a couple friends to give the Switch version of Civ 6 a try. I bet that sounds like a blast. You'd never get anything done. Yeah, rolling around in bed while playing a strategy game is great. Taking a walk outside while playing a strategy game is great. Playing a strategy game while listening to a lecture or an audiobook, they weirdly feed off of each other's focus. They require different parts of the brain, but end up complementing each other for getting some of your audio information retained for long-term memory. But anyways, yeah, I feel like when I'm playing a turn-based game on a portable machine, I'm better able to plan this stuff out 7 turns ahead of time. Right, like, if you were seeing this happen in real time and saw her think this through in the, like, 30 milliseconds of time being represented by the turn here, we would all be very impressed at how much foresight Glinda is having when making this move in the rush of her panic here. Because I gotta predict where Agrias is gonna be. Okay, so we're gonna target Agrias with a protection spell. And target it on the unit and then get the hell out of there. It feels like a fun, sneaky hit-and-run attack when you pick your target with your magic user and then scurry him out of the way real quick. Have we hit a lag? Okay. Question for the Final Fantasy weirdos. What is that? This is why I press the fast forward button. Sometimes the system will hang on an enemy unit for a suspiciously long amount of time. There also seems to be a suspiciously skimpy amount of feedback letting you know that these are enemies being controlled by the AI at all. If it weren't for the lack of the menus that I can control, I would assume that I was in control. I had a very hard time the first day with this game, deciphering when I was in control and when I wasn't. I got it figured out, but I do wonder if I figured it out in the right way. Okay, so there's a piece of solid matter blocking a clean shot to the ghost. Oh, ooh, E. 2, 3, 4. Okay, another question. Man, there's a lot of questions that I'm going to have to, like, take a minute to review over, but how do you know ahead of time what the, yeah, look at this. What the, trajectory predicted pathway is for your projectile attacks? This thing is going uphill. I swear sometimes I've been visualizing this attack as splashing like water and rolling downhill, but now in this battle I see it's rising uphill like a balloon, like I'm shooting a helium-filled balloon that is rising in elevation as it moves forward in distance. So I have had an issue where sometimes I'll move my projectiles into position, only to find out that the attack I was planning is blocked by something. I do not know the logic going on there yet. I have not figured that one out and have not figured out how to cope with the frustration of, crossing my fingers here that it doesn't happen, moving Agrius into a position where she will shoot a bad guy with a long-range character. Soul for Rent, just doing it to Knock. Podcast plus strategy games is a match made in heaven. Playing the play-by-post mode in competitive Advance Wars by web. Oh my gosh, you are speaking my language. Playing the play-by-post mode in competitive Advance Wars by web while listening to an audiobook hits different. I got into Advance Wars while doing this. I've been tackling strategy games, a history of strategy games where the narrative is actually going to begin in ancient Egypt and end with the invention of the real-time strategy game in the 1990s. I really got into Advance Wars during this phase, and there's no way in hell I am going to... Oh, these are fun. Those who dwell aloft have spoken. Their words echo in your empty soul. Divine ruination! It's fun. Very, very easy to imagine the fiasco of the week 90s anime time block getting filled up by characters shouting the names of their attacks with that one. It almost does make me wish that other Final Fantasy games did that. A little speech bubble of your magic spells, magic words is the cutest little thing. But yeah, there was an actual issue, a question, how to predict those arcs. Let's see, do I have any questions? I think... Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is all pretty clear to me. Shabam. I think I got it from here, no more confusion. But yes. I have been enjoying Final Fantasy Tactics and enduring confusion along the way, though. Okay, so it's, every attack has a height value, but if the enemy is floating, it is 1 height point, then it shows in the HUD. Those dialogues are voiced in the FF14 Return to Ivalice series. That's, okay, and that, I think, would be crossing the lines into getting annoying. When it's a text bubble that you skip past with the click of a button and it doesn't shut any voice actors out in the middle of their take, it's very easy for me to never get frustrated and hear the same magic words for the same spell over and over again, but when you add voice acting to the equation, a lot of aesthetic elements like that get harder to handle, and I just screwed up the turn. Okay, yeah, this is, I think, good opportunity for explaining confusion. Right. Opportunity for explaining confusion. I moved the character into position anticipating that her geomancy attack could hit these two ghosts on this vertical, diagonal-looking line here. See how they're next to each other with a blank square in between, and she casts a spell that hits 3 squares with these monsters being placed 3 squares across from each other. What's going on with that? What? How was I supposed to know that? Anyways, let's just hit him with a crappy spell and move on to the next guy. I have concerns, but not necessarily questions, over the utility of the knight's armor rendering, helmet rendering, weapon rendering, rending, not rendering. Kind of the opposite, come to think of it. Yeah, they hit for a much lower chance of hitting and for much lower damage, so they seem remarkably situational. I've encountered a few situations where they're useful, where you're up against enemies whose armor or weapons you want to get rid of very quickly in the earlier stages of the battle, and that is the case where it seems tactically useful, but I'm wondering if I even should be thinking of... Ah, damn. I'm gonna have to move her to a little more vulnerable. But I'm fine. I'm above the leveling curve for these battles here. Okay, rending is awesome, unless it happens to you. In most of the battles I've played so far, I've decided consciously to choose higher damage over rended equipment. Unless it's an enemy using a holy sword. That's the situation where I want to rend that sword as soon as possible. Knights with support. You want to rend their armor and shield as soon as possible. But for most everyone else, it seems like I haven't... Oh, look at this! He knows where the spell's gonna land right away. He's gonna hit 3 of my guys with one cast, while I had to correct for a mistake I didn't know I was about to make. A lot of enemies require their weapons to use their skill. You bust them and they are babies. Yeah, I've noticed that so far with holy knights, knight types in generals. But, you know, with these mage guys, that's not a weapon. I don't know if I would, if it seems intuitive or immediately logical that a ghost or an animal, a wild animal with claws, is using a weapon that could be rent either. So yeah, there's a lot to learn and a lot to get used to, but also a remarkably impressive combat system, a remarkably impressive depiction of archetypical... Oh yeah, look at how lucky the silence got. Luck! I have rarely played a game where the gods are such a important, decisive factor. Experimenting with save states really makes you fear and appreciate the power of the dice rolls going on here. Yeah, they really make or break your plans, these dice rolls. The spell that this black mage casted would have done decent damage to 3 people, but because of a dice roll, it did no damage at all and completely wasted his turn. A very dramatic reversal from the luck. Geo spells don't hit floating enemies. Oh, yeah, okay. Consider that too. No animals don't wear equipment, silly George. Yeah, well, I was just hearing about how every enemy in the whole entire game, 100% of all of them, have weapons that you need to rent, but like a quarter of the enemies I've been fighting are animals that don't have weapons, so I don't know. Anyways, the aim shot is a similar... Ooh, Seal Evil. This might... Do I have any ghosts left? Yeah, I have 1 ghost left. Ah, but it's blocked by the tree and I already wasted his movement. Is the arm shot gonna be useful for these magic guys? Damn, I was not thinking this turn through. Well, I guess it's slightly useful to have him waiting in front of the enemy's movement space.
O earth, forever embracing death and regret, let remorse become a dark curse. Gravity!
Someone who knows more about video games than me, please inform me why 1997 Squaresoft JRPGs have sound effects that are noticeably behind the times of the graphics technology of the times. So, check out the terrain and how the spell slides around and bounces around it in weird ways. The predicted green tiles of the spell's landing thing. I have not figured this out. I don't get it. I don't understand what gravity is doing to the whatever matter or energy is implied by the spell. Yeah, whatever I learned making my RPG... The really bad job I did on my RPG magic video is kicking in here. They were still fucking around and finding out its height. Okay, so 3.5 is the tile right in front of her face. It's just the height difference, right? So right in front of her face, it'll cast out in all 4 directions. It goes uphill in one of those directions, downhill in the other, and maintains the same elevation for the remaining 2. The sound effects are compromised to make them load faster or way less. Yeah, I guess that makes sense if you have these massive, huge 40-hour JRPG games where there's a lot of different assets that are going to be loaded into scenes meant to be lived in for long periods of time. Anyways, yeah, what's the logic? Is there a way to sum up the logic in a sentence of how gravity affects spells? I don't even know how to say it right because there's so many layers of abstract fantasy going on here. Magic exists, and also gravity does not affect the magical particles like it does every other matter particle on Earth. Because, yeah, see, it's sliding uphill and also downhill at the same time. Geometry doesn't matter, only H value. Okay, thank you. That's a good summary. Geometry doesn't matter, only H value. So, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. I'm still not getting it, though, because the default on flat, clear ground direction that the spell splashes in is in 4 directions, but the height value in the upper right corner is not changing across these 4 tiles, but it's not casting in the same direction it would on flat. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. It's not casting because the height value's different. I get it! I get it now! So if I press select, I see range 3, radius 2, vert 0, I'm not seeing an H, but I am seeing a range, and I feel like in some other menu, buried in some other menu, under some other menu in this game, I saw an H appear associated with the spells, but even though I'm not immediately getting the information right off the bat, suddenly, yes, thank you, I get it. I don't know if I get it, but I'm at least a hell of a lot closer on the way there now. Awesome. So I'll cast Protect Ja, because it's a lost cause. None of the other spells will ever climb the distance I want for this move right here. There we go. How strategic of me. Oh no, I didn't check the turn list and might have wasted a more useful term I could have had with the Geomancer here. Unfortunately, we can't cast Geomancy, and we got a very unlucky dice roll on her melee attack, so we'll keep her planted down. The enemy is surrounded, though. So I don't have to worry about that black mage at all. I don't have to worry about any of these guys. These are all non-threatening guys. How is my health? All of my good guys have good health. The bad guys are easily defeatable. I am over-leveled. I'm over-leveled for this part of the game because the modders added in a ridiculously difficult battle just before that I had to grind for. And also cheat by exploiting save scums. Hungering reapers, I offer the soul unto you. Death! Silly, George. Gravity deals percentage damage. Vert? Vert! Vert as in H. Vert is H! Okay, got clear as day now. Vert is H. Geometry doesn't matter. Gravity doesn't matter. The numbers and letters are what matters. Bum 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 bum. Let's shoot a ghost with a gun. There's been some confusion over how the line of sight system calculates and handles jank, but it's nothing I can't handle. So yeah, the reason to play FFT and where the fun is coming from is the feeling that these battles could play out 400 different ways. Oh no! Georgiacles died! And most of these battles, they could play out 400 different ways, and most of the time they're going to be a satisfying, meaty challenge. It's a hard game by default, but, the Dark Souls of tactical strategy games. But there was one battle in particular that really shot things up to a level to a point where it seems like I might have overcompensated for where I'm at the difficulty curve here. Even though something interesting still happened. Georgiacles died. I was not expecting that. Even when I'm having an easy time, every now and then you'll just get hit by a nice, satisfying little panic that changes up your plans and gets the blood flowing and the eyes perking up and popping out. Oh no! This is the first time we've gotten hit by the toad spell. So let's see how this version of Final Fantasy Frogs works. I get an attack, and I bet it's pretty wimpy, but I am just so curious that I've got to do it. I've got to attack with my frog. 8 HP, 100% chance. Yeah, fuck you. Take that. Oh my gosh, a black mage is right in my lines somehow. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I should probably raise Rafa. Oh, look at that background. God, look at how good the stage looks. It is a very, very deliberately snapped together rationing of the fewest amount of pixels they had to work with. Yeah, like stellar art direction. Bar none. Maybe even... Oh boy, maybe even a better aged art style than the big 1997 real Final Fantasy game everyone remembers, Final Fantasy VII, which have not scaled well to modern LCD displays. The pixel art in Final Fantasy Tactics, though, does. But the low poly aesthetics of the stage scale remarkably well to whatever resolution the emulator's crunching right now. Like, this would look good as a... This texture work would look good in a modern-day video game just as one of the lower level of detail settings. The composition is rock solid and timeless. Is this the right thing? Am I doing the right thing with my turn? Okay, I did the right thing. "2D characters plus 3D background seems to age better than the inverse." Yeah, it can look pretty... I think it's easy to mess up. There's something subtle about integer pixel scaling or something that will drastically break the cohesion of the image if it's not handled perfectly right. I think what you don't want is you just don't want to look like an instance of Z-Doom or GZ-Doom running on way too high a resolution with way too low of everything else. Imagine turning a guy into a frog and then he goes up to you and punches you. I love how this game looks, man. Yeah, this is better art direction, but it doesn't have Sephiroth in the fire. Could they not depict Sephiroth in the fire? There's a, revisiting FF7 and doing a blind first-time new playthrough of FF Tactics is really interesting because of how they both came out at the same year and evidently seem to suggest some harsh contrasts and interpretations and visions of what a 3D 1990s, what a 3D Final Fantasy for the 1990s would be looking like. In Final Fantasy VII, the gameplay and interfacing is still very two-dimensional, but the battle camera is swooping around, lovingly caressing all the new space it can show you from every 3D angle they're offering it. They are very clearly indulging in the camera work in that game, and in this game, it's the terrain that's 3D. There's the isometric, top-down, Sonic 3D Blast style tile set going on, but there's something about it that still doesn't quite feel utterly impossible on an older 2D system, whereas FF7 got the pre-rendered farming computers, the render farm, which I suppose would have been a more expensive, cutting-edge, visually impressive tool for the time, asset for the time. I need to stop and think for a second. Mr. President, things aren't going 100% according to plan. We might have to rethink our strategy here. They're coming back to life. We weren't preparing for that. They're coming back to life with decent health, too. I can feel all the years, yes, of 2D tile map experience in these environments, yes. Yeah, so what I'm feeling is FF7 got the budget and the new toys, and FFT got the years of experience from a smaller team that had a weirder, more experimental idea for what a 3D Final Fantasy would look like versus the team that got the spectacle, the traditional Final Fantasy game, just with more spectacle this time. New 3D spectacle. FFT was designed by a dude who spent a lot of the 90s using 2D to emulate 3D environments. I usually think that's the reason why FFT environments look so well and work so great. Yeah, because to really even understand what I'm doing, shouldn't I have actually played Tactics Ogre first? Yeah, there was like a B team. They might still be doing this style of. I think, yeah, no, I don't think that the release schedule for Square Enix Final Fantasy games has converged to the miserable one single-player game per year that other franchises, other studios and publishers, in fact, seem to be getting. Yeah, when there's a marketplace of different spin-offs that sound like they were competing for the title of being a standalone numerical sequel, there's some very, very interesting implications of internal conflicts to read out of that. The ambition, because FFT has real serious ambitions in here. The thing that I think is most impressing me is how open-ended and freeform, how much player expression you have in your playstyle, and how it's very cleanly balanced to make sure you're going to have to think about things interesting. Whatever sort of difficulty curve you land into is a real good one with this game. What is a better way of saying that thought? The battle system here feels modern. The interface feels 97. The battle system feels like you could make a game like this with the same battle system. No one would know. No one would notice it being retro at all. Yeah. In its scope and complexity and delicacy of balance, it feels very modern. Final Fantasy games at the time were infamous for being linear. This one does not feel linear. 400 different ways this battle could go, and they'll all be an interesting fight. That'll give you some moments of close calls or panics. It's really exhaustive. What is it? There's something like 22 different roles to play with. The job system has your characters branching in and out of different roles in really interesting ways. The play with permanency, it reminds me a lot of Pokemon. This is also interesting. 97, Pokemon Time was also developing. Your team has almost as wide a breadth of possibilities as any of the good old Pokemons, but doing it with definitely not 150 collectible creatures. We got, what, 20 party members that you can slot into 15 different jobs and combine them in something like 6 different ways with these menu options you're picking here. Yeah, it's remarkable how the ethos they're tapping into never went away. People, when building a strategy game, will still stick to these principles and try to hit that wide of a triangle of decision matrix. What am I? I've been stuck at her turn for so long trying to talk instead of play. Okay, no, there's something psychological going on here, isn't there? It's turn-based strategy and talking and narratizing and listening and talking and so I spent a ridiculous amount of the 2020s playing various turn-based strategy games on a portable machine while listening to books and lectures, and I'm having this problem of thinking too much, or not thinking too much, but rather thinking too little and speaking too much. The internal narration when playing a turn-based strategy game requires exclusivity almost. If you're narratizing, you can quite easily automatically think and speak at the same time until you notice a train of thought stay on the rails a little bit too long. But yeah, I think there's something about turn-based strategy that just makes it conducive to conversation or listening or talking or speaking. The amount of thoughts going through your head don't intersect too hard with the thoughts that are going to be coming out of your mouth. Furthermore, you have all the time in the world to think about fixing whatever sort of dissonance arises between them. I should have killed the mages earlier. They're the ones doing the reviving, aren't they? I think the ghosts also just randomly dice roll back to life. This was by far the most complicated game I beat as a child. Oh yeah, no shit, I'm a little envious, actually. If you get used to this level of complexity early on in childhood, imagine the depths that one could explore when we're reaching your teenage years. Maybe this is how so many kids these days are like playing Hearts of Iron and Crusader Kings 2. Well, when they're like 12, their parents set them up with Final Fantasy Tactics first. Oh, I still think I'm talking too much and thinking too little, because I could have set up a move that would have revived or cured the frog condition and given him more HP too. Yeah, that's what D&D was built on. Baldur's Gate 3. D&D, Seal Evil, George. Right. It's not Glinda who has it. It's Mustadio, the machinist. However, I am gonna test out something a little ballsy that tends to work in Final Fantasy games that you might have spoiled, by the way. Who is it? Who said it? Who backseated? Who backseated and reminded me that in Final Fantasy games you can kill the undead characters with healing magic? Because I forgot that for a while, but now that might make this way easier. But no, I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I want it to be hard. It's at its most interesting when it's at its hardest. Okay, another question for the Final Fantasy Tactics Turbo dweebs. It is a little cumbersome for me to pick which one from the list here is going to hit for the highest damage. 75. 70. 60. 65. 60. So, you see, I really, the method I've been getting used to is just memorizing. I have memorized that the higher damage numbers are going to be at the bottom of the list. However, did you notice how the pattern got tripped up halfway down the list? Cleansing Strike and Northwane Strike, I think. Yeah, at that point, the pattern breaks. So, is there like a quicker way to reduce the amount of clicks I'm doing? Yeah, for those who actually know this game, I think that's an easier way to sum up my questions and my confusions and my annoyances. How can I reduce the amount of clicking I'm doing here? Feels like I'm clicking too much. It feels weird to imagine the game developer looking at this on their video screen and saying, yes, this is how we want our players engaging with the interface. Where's the last enemy? There they are. Oh, we got 2. Oh god, we got 3 down. They got 2 up. Georgicles disappeared and I completely missed it. I was so caught up in the thrill of my own speech that I had lost track of Georgicles as he lay dying in the dirt of the life-giving earth. Where's the rewind button? Hotkeys. Should be a rewind button around here somewhere, right? I see that fast forward button. I know where that one is. Rewind will be R. Rewinding is not enabled. Well, let's fix that. And enable rewinding. Give it a buffer of 15 seconds. And let's see how bad I screwed myself just now. Oh, the club clicking is the fun part. LOL, get good. I love clicking. Okay, so that's what it is. Never mind. I see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Is what I would be saying if I hadn't remembered to make a save state. The usual. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so no real progress lost. So, once again, this is an opportunity to ask another question because we're seeing the flow. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like the way it's meant to be played. In Final Fantasy Tactics, this has happened before. Most of the battles take 2 tries. It's a hard game, designed to be hard. It's so fun playing hard in this one. They take a few tries. And the first try, though, is always absolutely positively the worst, and that's because it seems like there's a suspicious lack of preparation phase. You don't really know what you're up against. And in your further retries, when you can, I made my save state too early, but make a more specialized team composition for the kind of battle that you're up against. It feels like cheating when you're doing that. It feels like you're cheating when you're dying and retrying and coming back with a better team composition, and yet it also seems like the only real elegant way I've been able to work my way through this thing. It's coming to me naturally that way. I don't know about this, but an unfortunate number of Japanese games from this era have a do-it-again stupid approach to design. Yes. Yeah, what is the deal with that? Surely there is some polite way of bringing it up and coming up with some kind of explanation, right? Back in that time, respecting the time of the players was not in vogue. It really was not, and Japan sure does love giggling at like Japan occasionally interprets some things like that as game developer humor rather than annoyance. 3, 4, 5. A lot of dots connected with me when I started watching Game Center CX, and how the comedy aspect of those really super hard old Nintendo games were supposed to work. Like, you're supposed to laugh at how hard they are sometimes. Seems like the intended interpretation. Oh, I got another weird AI lag. Yeah, Western adventure games were also terrible about that. Yeah, where the game developer thought they were funny, coming up with an incredibly stupid solution for a puzzle that everyone else just got pissed off about. To laugh in the face of death makes one a warrior. I should scroll up on chat and see what else I missed. Oh, I apparently missed some more backseat gaming tips. Also, it feels like the music budget for FFT also is a few notches lower than FF7. It's still good stuff, but they're just like catchy earworms. Whereas FF7 soundtracks are occasionally soul-touching, mind-shattering, tear-jerking masterpieces. I don't know if I've gotten hit by a soul-touching, mind-shattering, tear-jerking masterpiece of a piece of music in this one yet, though, but catchy earworms aren't bad. Yeah. Okay, so FFT was the second game in its tradition, the first being a SNES game. Yeah, that is actually good to know, because I'm not super plugged into whatever sort of historical narrative FFT's plugged into, and how that relates to the Tactics Ogre games, and then the later Japanese tactics games that would come out afterwards. But anyways, apparently we got something here. This is the second game of its style. The first was Tactics Ogre on the Super Nintendo. So FF7 was meant to be the first installment from a successful series, but now translated to the first 3D environment, and they do seem to have played it safer with that one, while at the same time shooting for the moon in terms of production values. So there is, like, yeah, weird dissonance. FF7 feels more behind the times in terms of gameplay, but in terms of presentation and aesthetic artistry, it was the best in the business that year. And it also, that dissonance is also hitting me with FF7's writing quality. You can tell, very much unlike Metal Gear Solid, you can quite easily tell it was written by multiple people with occasional moments of dissonance and conflict in the creation. Yeah, spoiler alert, in case you don't know the spoiler for a almost 30-year-old game that had a spoiler that was so gratuitously spoiled it's a joke. We just hit the scene with said spoiler, and on review as an adult, though, it did not hit me as hard as it did when I was a kid, and kind of came off a little awkward. However, what did hit me harder as an adult was the Red 13 story. That got, I can confirm, one manly tear was jerked from George watching his friend play Final Fantasy VII when they hit the Red 13 story scene. But with the Aerith, the Aerith spoiler, there was some friction for the events happening before and after that one that I think made it a little bit weirder to get in and out. But then when it's actually happening, though, it's great. They play the sad music while you're fighting a boss battle. You have to, like, get yourself together and compose yourself over the death of a major character and fight a big, stupid, dumb video game boss battle while the sad, tragic music is still playing. And that is, like... that was great. Yeah, it's... rediscovering Final Fantasies has been an interesting mixed bag that shows an interesting time when different interpretations of the same brand were allowed to coexist on the shelf. Oh, come on. You just put me to sleep after I got us set up for a very necessary healing spell here. Why? What are they doing? They're attacking themselves. Okay, my brother usually becomes more talkative when playing turn... You're shitting me here. There's something very basic about strategy games I missed this whole time. My brother usually becomes more talkative when playing turn-based strategy. Baldur's Gate 3. This is what D&D is built on. It's Ender's Game. It's a way to train military commanders. Or Napoleon's childhood. Ron Cinephile... It's discovering magic words. I don't think there's any way to quick check for it. Okay, Ron Cinephile, a while ago you were talking about talking while playing strategy games, and how this actually is something that they are designed for, that Dungeons & Dragons specifically is designed for. I need to know about this. I am embarrassed I didn't hear about this earlier. Yeah, let's see if you can get me Googling the terms I need to get a good reading on this. If the archetypical tabletop strategy game, as exemplified by Dungeons and Dragons in modern times and Kriegspiel in historical times, was actually intended to facilitate conversation and retaining longer-term memory thoughts while doing it. Yeah, that sounds like something I should have stumbled upon months ago when doing this research. And now I gotta add it to the list. Sunken Earth asks, Super Bunny Hop, can I ask where this variant of the old Foxhound logo comes from, or where I can find it? I think you're talking about... yeah, my actual channel logo. If you go to the YouTube channel, you'll find higher resolution uploads of that thing. It's, not the actual Foxhound logo. It is an edit that my old friend Satchbags made for me way long ago in, like, 2004, I think. But yeah, you'll find higher resolution JPEGs of it on the YouTube channel. Chess is about talking with the opponent as much as actually moving the pieces. Would not surprise me. Yes, but I am intrigued enough to seek out official sources. Ron Cinephile, I would like... yeah, where did you hear that? And is it... I don't think you can post a link, but you might be able to get me to Google whatever terms I need to hit the article or the forum thread or whatever it was where you heard that. I'll be definitely looking into that after the stream, but... hell if I know, I'm just talking extemporaneously. Oh, jeez, damn. This is even like... harder, because now that means it was part of the, like, common sense cultural background for you, and not for me, and I missed this at some point. But yeah, I have been working and writing on this video topic about how people have visualized war and battle for thousands of years differently over those periods. And one in which, the speaking voice is intended to link up with the thinking voice in creating a kind of narration, a narrated experience as you go through, and imagining that as a commonality that stays the same across thousands of years, I think is a very powerful and fun topic that will go over well. A lot of good new insights have been made. My thesis is now simpler and my outline is now more complicated, and that's usually how you can tell an idea for a long project is coming together. Watch a YouTube channel of high-end tabletop RPG gaming. I've been watching channels on historical and obscure tabletop gaming reviews to help with this video. But if there's a video or an article or a podcast or something that specifically talks about designing them for talking, that's where I need to be focusing my laser on here. That is a very important aspect to that experience that intersects with the continuity with Homer and the school of thought that likens RPG gaming to the modern continuation of the Bardic tradition, where improvisational storytelling that is limited to a set of commonly understood rules are being used to create systemically generated narratives that manifest simultaneously in the minds of the game master, the bard, and the audience, the players. If having your interior monologue voice talk things out 1/2 second at a time, where you're constantly second-guessing what the next half second is supposed to be looking like, and having an actual dialogue with yourself along the way, and that is how ancient audiences absorbed their stories and played their games as well, that needs to be said. Do I go for the attack or do I go for the Phoenix down? I think I go for the attack. Tabletop gaming as public performance is weird. Yeah, it's stretchy. It's a stretchy metaphor, but I like it, and I do currently believe it works. Watch people in situ, the YouTube channel The Guild. Yeah, I've gotten into it. See a well-functioning machine in action, or rather, the well-functioning machine. I wasn't here for the first stream you did of this. What did you like best about FFT so far? This is the first stream. I've been playing the game for about a month so far, and what I like the best is how sandboxy the combat system is. I quite enjoy the feeling of knowing that I played out one millionth of a permutation for how that battle could go, and I still, and no matter how many different ways it can go, they have the balance set to this nice, crunchy, hard place that is probably better, more palatable to the modern gamer than the 1997 gamer, come to think of it too. Because you can also think of these two games as like FF7 being the hard mode, Final Fantasy Hardcore, and FFT being the hardcore and FF7 being the casual one. There's significant differences in base difficulty level here. Ta-da! Hello, just want to say I love your videos and bought the Greco-Roman magic source book you recommended in your Odyssey video. Enjoying it. Okay, hang on, Sephiroth Vegeta 2015. Wasn't that book like $200? Don't ask me too hard about how I know that, but yeah, I know the book you're talking about. It's great. I'm surprised you bought it. That's a good one, Val. This game is the bomb. I played this game like 4 times. Oh, it's such a great game. It was a birthday present, so maybe. Oh, a birthday present. Never mind, it's fine then. I remember when I was little and played chess with my brother, I would get bored and make a story about why the pieces were doing what they do, and my brother would play along, create stupid stories about how the White King wanted to take the petroleum of the Black Kingdom while the Black Kingdom wanted to steal the cows of the White Kingdom. Yeah, that is cute and adorable, and also like a reminder that we get every now and then that as hard as you try, you really will not be able to enjoy games the same way you could when you were a kid. You can still have fun, you can still experience the magic, but what you will be missing as an adult for the rest of your life is that ability to just project such a intricately imagined metaphor onto basic things, and it's because during that stage of your life you were making metaphors out of everything. You're simultaneously, what is the pedagogical theory here? So you get bored and come up with a story about the chess pieces wanting to steal cows and oil to fight war. You are figuring out through that metaphor the realities, the grisly dark realities of why actual adults will fight wars, and doing it through the play of that game. And since as an adult you already know what a war is and how stupid they can get, you're not going to have the same kind of fun with that same kind of metaphor ever again. It won't strike you as new, it will strike you as more grisly and depressing too. Woo! Let us put some distance between us and this haunted wood. Yeah, I visualize them as like braggart type old acting play, Homeric epic. It's a good visual. I don't know if it comes through with audio quite so much, but imagining him puffing his chest out and saying all that real confidently while his companions are on the ground suffering was a nice, once again, very modern feel of like rolling with the kind of improvisational emergent gamer humor that would happen there. I visualized that line of speech in a playful way that intersected with the images that procedurally landed the way they did because of how open-ended and sandboxy this battle system is, and playfully made my own little joke out of it. That's the magic of video games, right? It didn't break character, it didn't break the vibe, but picturing him saying that with his chest all puffed out was a nice little bit of comic relief that I came up with myself. So now we're at Rivone's castle. I heard, spoiler, that Cloud is in this game as a kid and got it as a result. In the mod that I just downloaded and installed, a month ago, they also put Ashley Riot from, what was it, Parasite Eve in this game, and that was the battle that was so ridiculously overbalanced I got stuck at it. That was for people who played this before. The differences in systems and their complexity certainly gave me whiplash. Setting and writing differences didn't help that whiplash. Sounds like the new Mad Max movie. I haven't seen it. Is it about children growing up in the apocalypse and learning how to think and project and come up with metaphors in a strange new way that had never been done before in human history? I really need to thank that friend harder now. Yeah. I used to play Arena Fighters with one of my brothers and just chase each other around and play tag without actually hitting each other. Hitting each other made the game end, so we didn't want to ruin the playtime. I can't enjoy The Onion anymore now that I know what real-world news can be like. Oh, this one's tough. You know what that means? Let's make a save state. Before we make our team composition, let's make our save state. I feel like it simply states, this battle is complete, instead of victory, or some acknowledgement of a positive outcome. It's just done. Vagrant Story. Not Parasite, Vagrant Story. Vagrant Story is super cool, super frustrating. I've played it for maybe a grand total of 30 minutes, and it was weird. I remember assless chaps. I remember heavily stylized dialogue boxes. I remember a combat system where you're like projecting a sphere. You're astrally projecting an imaginary aura sphere in front of your character and trying to catch enemies inside of it. Ah, a warmest welcome to you both. I do hope you found my halls to your pleasure. They may lack the grandeur of Lassalia's, but I find they make up for it in other ways. Castles built as seats of governance are so dreadfully plain. Would you not agree? There is such greater beauty in a fortress built for war. Ivalice herself would seem to be in agreement, ever has she since been ruled by men with power. Some might take this latest upheaval as a sign that the crown, and its austere seat, has lost the strength to keep her under reign. Yeah, I get it. It's theatrical. They call it Shakespearean, I think, for ambitious marketing. But this is an actor monologuing to the audience. Almost the invisible fourth wall in front of us almost makes it easier to translate into a theatrical style. So yeah, they're saying Shakespearean on the box and on the interviews. But thankfully, unlike actual Shakespeare, you don't actually need a guide to translate it. It's just old-timey theatrical. Some might take this latest upheaval as a sign that the crown and its austere seat has lost the strength to keep her under reign. Your summons spoke of matters more pressing than the style of Lassalia's keep. Must everyone be in such haste? It's so cool simultaneously seeing these two different interpretations of Final Fantasy. One team is visualizing Final Fantasy as classical theater. The other team is visualizing Final Fantasy as like weekly shonen anime. Where there's sexual tension between the main character, who is obviously a stand-in for the adolescent audience, and his hot female sidekicks, his trusty beloved dog, who has to learn to get along with his parents and forgive his father for being shitty. They go through childish issues, and that I think are also aiming towards a younger audience than what this one was going for, where like we see hostages getting shot by the cops a few hours in is the major arc of the first movement of this story. But anyways, very well. I shall ask you outright. Will you not join your strength with mine? I'm afraid your meeting escapes me, your grace. As I said a moment ago, it is power that rules Ivalice. Who do you think now holds that power? Duke Larg in the Order of the Northern Sky? Duke Goltana, mayhap, with the Southern Sky's sword at his beck and call? No, I can assure you it is not they. The ones who hold true power are the ones who hold the Zodiac Stones, the Knights Templar. Oh, god damn it, and then, they just, like, twist you with some stupid Zodiac Stones MacGuffin. That did throw me out of it a little bit, when the primp and pompous Shakespearean actors all of a sudden are now talking about how the one who holds the stones is the one who holds the true power. You think us the greatest power in Ivalice? The stones are said to possess phenomenal magic, spelled with a K. If legend is to be believed, they were responsible for the cataclysm that laid waste to Malonde in the bygone days. Oh, forgive me. I forget myself. It's just I would never have expected a man like yourself to believe in such utter fantasy. You mean to tell me that you do not? Curious. I had heard that the Carnal's death was somehow connected to the stones. Truly, as I had it, the Carnal had taken ill. Is that so? Might I ask, then, the reason you seek that young bulve? I can only imagine what he must have done to earn the label of heretic. The Inquisitors do not share with us the reasons for their decisions. Did you hear some alliteration, or no, what was that? What would that be? Yeah, consonants, alliteration, assonance. Repetition of some of the subtler sounds of the English language, the cesses. When you write like this, you start talking like this, and you start thinking like this. It's a known phenomenon. I'm obsessively fascinated by that right now. So you know nothing at all. How terribly convenient. Still, I wonder if there could not be some detail you are simply forgetting. Marok! Father, forgive me. Your meaning becomes clearer. I've taken Scorpio and Taurus for scapekeeping. I meant safekeeping. You worthless son of a fool! I mean fool of a son! Pardon my intrusion, your grace, but your long-awaited guests are at our gay guests. Marak, would you kindly see to them? What is it you wish, Barrington? Cooperation. I said as much a few moments ago. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, I assure you. And if we were to refuse, then I suppose I'd be forced to unmask the church's plot for what it is. Stones alone prove not. And that you are correct, sir, but it would be hard to say the same of the scriptures of Garaminique. I dare contend they might generate something more of a stir. Duke Larg, Duke Gultana, even the council is like to raise an eye at those. Where are they? Oh, who could say? You of all people must know how easily such details can elude the mind's grasp. Vigraf, see to the mage who left a moment ago. I shall attend to matters here. Your long-awaited gays are at our guests. Do not think to threaten me. This is a battle you cannot hope to win. No, it is one we cannot hope to lose. Who is there to oppose us, save you feeble-bodied humans? Father. You misjudge the strength of your enemy, Grand Duke Barrington. There will be no sport in killing you. You would raise arms against your host under his own roof? The hospitality of your hall grows cold. I fear I shall have to take my leave once I've shown you the power of the stones. Oh boy. There's dissonance there. The power of the stones. Do 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 do. Okay. Last time this happened, a big time skip in the story happened. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I looking at this? I gotta pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back! Okay, and we're back to learn more about the power of the stones. Was that a subtitle for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie from 1991 or something? Or am I thinking of the magic of the ooze? It's funny how much Japanese media is about how no amount of politicking can save you from an enemy with a bigger gun when they did precisely zero politicking in the Imperial era. Yeah, Japanese people as a culture appear to not really enjoy problems by talking. Once again, the church is evil in a JRPG. They usually go for bigger bag of gold coins or the bigger sword. Someone also earlier, Finn _, said the plot of this game takes not insignificant inspiration from another famous work, I won't say which. I wonder if I'll be able to spot it. Should I go with the Geomancer or the Mage? Also, what's the optimal time? Oh my god, Oh my god. I just said, what's the optimal time, and immediately got hit with 3 different thoughts that could complete that sentence. What is the optimal time to make a save state before a battle? What is the optimal time to commit to your 2 choices of guys when you don't know if there's going to be more squads or not? How do you optimize time in Final Fantasy Tactics? That's the question. How do you optimize your time in this game? Because it seems like I'm gonna have to retry this, I bet. I bet it's gonna be really hard, and I'm gonna have to retry, and it's gonna take time. Oh, and I haven't been playing with the filters either. And this is a game where you can actually... probably not piss off the pixel artist quite as bad with this one when you're playing with the pixel filters here, because the harsh stair-stepping on those sprites is pretty rough. Please, Marek, heed my words. We can leave this place together. Death is the price for disloyalty. You know this as well as I. Once more with feeling. The Grand Duke sees all debts paid in kind. Turncloaks are set upon by their once friends, hunted relentlessly until the end. To flee this day is to live your rest in fear, ever wondering when the knife will find its mark. Such is not the life I choose to lead. But if we finish this one last task for him, the Grand Duke will release us both from his service. He swore as much to me. Swore it on what? His honor? Do not tell me you believed him. The man's words are a honeyed poison. Honeyed poison, honeyed words. Honeyed words shows up a lot in, ancient, classical, historical literature translated to English language. So the translators doing this, like, they knew. They did know what they were doing. I am of the opinion, I am now setting up, maybe I should die on this hill. Maybe I should roll up a cannon and get a musket and go to the top of the hill and declare my life on that hill for the sake of this translation. Is it an actual improvement? I've heard it's divisive, but I don't have experience with the original, so I'm not a fair judgment, but it's been good. This translation's been good stuff so far. The Grand Duke would not lie to me. We need only kill that man and take the scriptures from his corpse, and then our chains are cut. And all the little cute diorama levels are wonderful too. I want to put them on my desk. I really love how grandiose the writing is. Okay, you optimize time by playing the game twice before and knowing what's coming. I don't think the translation is bad, it's just that people already fell in love with the game via a completely different translation with a radically different tone. What have you done with Alma? You fear for the life of your sweet sister, Georgicles? Hand over the scriptures of Germanique, and you both may yet live. Yeah, this sounds exactly like the lines I was writing for the Iliad years ago. Like, whatever... The inspiration isn't going to be coming out on the new chapters. This is how you write dignified, ancient, Homeric, operatic dialogue in a style that is still easily readable in plain English by modern people. His words are false, Georgicles. Do not be taken by them. He will tell you whatever you wish to hear. He will tell you whatever you wish to hear, and kill you both when he has what he desires. Surrender the scriptures, and you forfeit your only leverage. So long as you hold that book, your sister's life is guaranteed. If the plan is to make it sound like a classic play, it works really well. There's political intrigue and swashbuckling adventure and ancient evil forces and magic, and every time anyone is saying anything, they are grand and pompous and speaking from their chest to the audience over there. And then turning to the character sometimes, but really talking to the audience over there. I heard that this battle was tough. I should look at the turn list before instinctively running up to bad guys and sorting them like I was about to do. Okay, so first up we got Felish? We got Felish the Archer. Level 29. I'm a bit above her levels. 29, 27, 23, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they have a numerical advantage and I have a level experience advantage. And the video gamer save and retry advantage. Let me take another look at who's going first. Archer on the left. Archer in the middle. Archer on the right. Who's this? Is this a knight? Yeah. And then knight on the left. Hans. Okay. What kind of spell is he cooking up there? Nether Blade. Okay. So, new question. Have I been doing anything horrifically wrong this whole time? Because I've explained my anxieties out loud with regards to how it feels like I'm clicking on the menus too much and how I'm neglecting half the party, more than half the party. I've got my main 5 and then 17 others. But yeah, that it could just be the case that this is old, weird jank, and I am indeed playing the game normally, and I should let the anxieties rinse away from me and enjoy it for what it is instead of worrying about doing something wrong. Having a 5 to 6 core group is not bad at all. Yeah, but the problem is that I'm completely neglecting. They're exclusively taking up a huge screen of other characters. And furthermore, being able to use save states, I think, is gonna keep me away from the other party members and fully exploring their whatever fun there is to be had there as well. Oh, I was talking too much and was not consciously aware that I picked an archer this time. This will be interesting. I like these aiming moves they get. I like planning ahead. It's always such an interesting problem to crack into a vision for the future that might not go the way you think it will. It feels good to successfully predict the future, and it feels normal to not be able to predict the future. You could just worry less, yes. Okay, so with this archer thing, I want to time it up to when Hans is going to have his turn. Hans is going to have his turn on turn number 13. That gives Yuane a shitload of time to aim right into the sweet spot there. I don't think Agrius can do anything. No. I also don't see any obvious opportunities to gang up on any one individual enemy. We're just like two lines parallel clashing into each other. Worry about distribution of resources. That's the challenge. That's the fun of grand strategy. What's their metaphor? Bureaucracy? Teamwork? Office work? Mechanically, tactical RPGs are built around HR management. There's a bunch of bureaucracy involved.
Oh, untainted heavens, shine upon and reveal the blood-stained clean.
Oh, come on, 85? All that pomp and circumstance for just 85? Gardening. It's like gardening. That's the metaphor for town builder games that everyone has collectively agreed on. I kind of like team sports. I feel like the Pokemon-style RPG game is a elaborately overcomplicated version of playing a team sport. Playing the coach in a team sport, rather. You're the coach, not the character, not the actual players. Twice fought and twice defeated. I am no match for this one. And teleports away. Exit stage. You cannot run from me, Marak. Yeah, I'm not doing any more male-female vocals. Everyone is now Sideshow Mel and Sideshow Bob. Everyone is now a Krusty the Clown sidekick. Let's see how that sounds. Oh, that's not gonna hit. Oh, I just wasted the turn. No, come on. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Enemies with low faith take less damage from magic. Okay, so that's what that means. Oh wow, you really whiffed it. I read something wrong. That was not supposed to happen. He moved out of the way at the last second. Everyone is now George gendered. Do them all in the Krusty the Krab voice. Lose your ability to speak in about 3 minutes. What are all these archers doing bunched up? That's not good tactics. That's not very tactical. You're supposed to spread them out. I can send George in and hit them one at a time. Dun 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 dun. Okay, no, we're not gonna attack before moving. We're gonna move, then attack. But before I move, I need to see how much range aim plus 3's got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, is there a faster way to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. This'll do. Dun, 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 bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. It does mean that your spellcasters are inherently weak to magic. That is an interesting juxtaposition. I guess I'll start from right to left, because of the 3 of them, the rightmost one has the less places to flee to when I get close. Like, beasts and undead having faith and stuff implies some sort of strange animistic religion. Why would that be strange, though? That's the normal kind of religion. Tap the fast forward button a bit for some of this. We are starting to reach a pretty slow, methodical part of a lot of battles. This doesn't always happen, but feels like it happens more than it should. Yeah, the latter half, I feel like most of the interesting strategy has played out and we're going to be mopping up from now on. There's 3 archers who for some reason are bundling together instead of spreading out. And I have a pretty full team of pretty unhurt professionals. It's strange because animals and undead don't appear to have a culture comparable to humans. Appearances can be deceived. I don't know. He's going on turn 4. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I should just move 1 space to the northeast. I hope that's the... No! Ah. Okay. Okay. Gotta eat that mistake somehow. Making potion. Oh yeah, hey, Token Flip Guy, welcome to a sad stream. This has the War of the Lions of the Lion War of the Lions mod, because the name of the mod is a joke about the 2 different translations and some fairly arbitrary differences between them. It aims to import the newer translation and some of the newer gameplay features and some kinda spotty so far custom content made by the fans, like new levels, new battles. In fact, maybe I should actually bring one up when I get a moment. It's a very FFT community in-joke. I figured. Yeah, the insular, I don't know, I don't want to call it gatekeeping because Final Fantasy Tactics fans seem to be very enthusiastic about getting you to play Final Fantasy Tactics. They my whole entire life I've had these guys begging me to finally get into it. And getting the mod set up was not too complicated, but the difficulty curve is something else. Yeah, when I was looking at YouTube videos and forum threads trying to get advice for a really tough battle the modders put in to get the Ashley Riot character, they put this battle maybe a quarter, a third of the way. I don't know how far I really am. They put a very tough battle fairly early on, it feels, in the story. You have enemies that are like healing every turn. They can hit you for massive damage from the other side of the stage. They can bring each other back to life with Phoenix Downs. They're doing all sorts of things that you were not used to the enemies doing at that stage in the game. And when I looked up advice on how to beat this battle, people posting were all these hardcore FF Tactics hackers types who had played the game for 20 years and know it inside and out, and would just say things like, oh yeah, that was a tough but challenging battle. I broke a little bit of a sweat on that one, and meanwhile it was a battle that took me, I kid you not, a week of real-time, real life, whipping it in and out of my portable machine on the way, mind you. I was not actually sitting at a screen that whole entire week. But for a week, I was stuck on one Final Fantasy Tactic battle, and the portable machine works fantastically for that situation too. And only finally managed to beat it by pure save scum abuse. I think I made 12 save states for that battle, and I never committed to any of them unless I got the good dice rolls. I had to cheat. There's no justifying that. There is no rationalizing that. That was cheating. There's some way you were meant to play that, and it requires apparently hundreds of hours more experience than I've got, but apparently makes it pretty doable at that level I was at. So that's the like sandboxiness and the depth of that combat system. It's coming out there with a battle that is like seemingly impossible for a newcomer, but just a tough challenge for a experienced veteran. Okay, now I don't want to move my archer at all. Wait, yes I do. I can move him 2 squares behind him, right? Well, let's see what happens. Okay, this time the enemy is actually in range. And the enemy's clickometer is at 86 out of 100. Goes on turn number 2. I don't think I have time for an aimed shot. Nope. We're just gonna have a vanilla arrow this time. Don't mess with us FFT fans. We have no idea how a normal person play this game. You were probably meant to prepare for that fight since the beginning. What the? How? How was I supposed to know? Okay, Val 825. Have you played a run through of this mod? Do you know the battle I'm talking about? Because it's famous. I talked about it on Twitter and I instantly got a response, some commiserating about how tough it is. Your fault for not using your crystal ball to see the future. And then the response is just a sad face. And a yeah. Oh, so you know the fight. Against, like, Quentin, the Dark Lord. That battle destroyed my ribs. You know what, we'll just give this one right next to me a slap and run away. 288?! I feel like there are far more powerful gods at work in FFT's universe than the other universes. There has to be a No, what are you doing? Come on. You can't be that confused, can you? The next fight is the most infamous one in the base game. But keep in mind, I have gotten used to some pretty tough bullshit from the mod, so I might actually be prepared for it. Dun dun dun. Okay, are we not confused anymore? I don't think we're confused anymore. So, how much of a diagonal blast can I get on the hollowed bolt here? We have an attack range of 1, 2, 3. And if I'm gonna hit the square next to him, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's gotta be a better way to do that. There's not. I've asked the fans themselves. The fans have confirmed to me that there is no better way of previewing your future attack range ahead of time. No, George is still confused. Damn, what a shot. Damn. Oh no, they're all focusing fire on him. Maybe that's why the AI likes to group together as archers, because of the greater focus of fire. They can all keep the same targets in range. People have gotten soft-locked. Oh, yeah, I have heard of this. People have gotten soft-locked in the next fight because it's tough and they didn't make an outside save. I was warned about this one. I was not warned about the Ashley Riot one. When I was telling my gamer fans and my gamer friends who know what Final Fantasy Tactics is, they were warning me about this one. But they were not and could not warn me about the Ashley Riot one. $75 out of 79, come on. Throw me a bone! Those who dwell aloft have spoken! Their words echo in your empty soul! Divine ruination! That's part of the charm of this game. When you beat it, you realize the devs were playing soft the whole time? You gotta be kidding me. Caligula attacks is the anime part. Other thing to keep in mind, this is the weirdest thing. This was also more of a phenomenon from pre-COVID Japan. I don't know if this changed from post-COVID Japan, but also, I believe that theater is actually a little bit more of a living, breathing, funded and professionally produced art form in Japan, where all these like little date night style activities that you do out in a city for an evening's entertainment are we're cities. There's so much more of a nightlife economy going on in the cities. You don't go home at night, you hang out in the city. And one weird result of that is a generally more livelier theater scene. And in video games, this is so great. There are, I shit you not, Resident Evil stage plays that every now and then actually get put on production, and they get a big guy in a Nemesis costume to beat the shit out of the actors on stage, and it sounds like everyone's having a good, clean, fun time. And I'm wondering if this interest and understanding of a theatrical style presentation might come from that aspect of the Japanese economy as well. Yeah, we have a Final Fantasy game that is even more theatrical than the usual Final Fantasy games, with this like camera angle showing us a missing fourth wall, and the way the characters are talking with the pompous translation and everything, and monologuing a lot in a part of the world where it's a little bit more of a normal activity to go to the theater to see a stage for your evening's entertainment. Yeah, and then there's the whole Nier Automata stuff too. It happens there too. Yeah, yeah, like telling a story, just like remembering that theater exists. I think I am so excited about discovering poetry these years because it's utterly dead. It's a dead art form. It's only surviving in song lyrics. The invention of recorded music utterly killed poetry pretty quick. And in the post-COVID West, theater has been on its way out for a while. And I know that in Japan they were holding the torch at least a little stronger. Imagine having that in your resume, going to a casting and saying, "Bro, I was Nemesis in the Resident Evil stage play, look it up." They either get a huge guy to wear a Nemesis costume and beat the shit out of the actors, or they have some kind of elaborately complicated rigging underneath the costume. It is unironically impressive I genuinely hope that this stuff is still going on after COVID. It was more of a COVID of the post phenomenon of the pre-COVID economy, but if I ever did or was gonna make it back to Japan, this is a video game stage play adaptation is something I would absolutely want to put on the bucket list. I've already knocked out the video game escape room adaptation, and hopefully it won't sound that hard to believe after hearing about that. Everyone knows about the escape rooms. Less people know about the stage plays. But the stage plays are a thing. They're an actual thing. I want an MGS stage play. There's MGS audio dramas. Apparently they're not that bad either. Yeah, the voice actors for the games have a lot of fun on those. I regard it with some trepidation on my Homer project here that apparently the audio drama and the stage play both are oh, the archer was alive right there. I thought that was a friend, not an enemy. I thought that. Anyways, it is with some trepidation that I have to regard the fact that theater and audio drama, theater and spoken word, apparently are still being appreciated a little bit more than we do back here. Hey. So that stone geomancy attack hit with remarkable reliability for a status effect that might as well be death. That's pretty overpowered. I want to be using that a lot more. I want my geomancers standing on stones. Oh yeah, I like it when the plays are called Franchise The Real. That's what the Metal Gear Solid escape room was called. Metal Gear Solid The Real. System, save state. Claws and fangs. Gods, have mercy. Pray let them be safe. Alma and Rafa too. There's a Yakuza stage play? What? It has fan subs? Yeah, I didn't know they I knew the stage plays were a thing, but I now have another one I can actually cite by name now. So we got Resident Evil stage plays, and we got Yakuza stage plays, and we got the Nier Automata stage play, which wasn't even really an adaptation. That was the lore master, the author, the writer of Nier, feeling that a certain chunk of his story should be seen as a stage play rather than another medium of art. And that's also fascinating. I find it really weird, impossible to imagine a Westerner including a stage play you're supposed to go to in real life. That, yeah, in Japan you would take the train and walk off the train and you'd be right there, but the economic models don't work with the infrastructural models of Western urban planning in comparison, and so you have this intersection of art and urban design that manifests in real but shady places. Anyways, what is happening? What is happening? Did she just rip off her shackles? Did she even have shackles? Was I imagining shackles from the pixel art? And the sounds? Yeah, that's an interesting psychology phenomenon. I thought she had shackles on because I heard metal noises and saw her, like, making arm motions. Metal noises, arm motions, low-resolution pixel arts had my brain assume I was supposed to be imagining shackles there, but instead we see... Those wounds are terrible! What did this to you? Oh wait, I forgot to do it in the... a beast! A beast with... Oh gods, my limbs grow cold. Be strong, sir. Be gone from here, my lady. There
is only death here.
Okay, I want to simultaneously make a legit save and a Dirty Rotten Cheaters save state. Don't I? Isn't this that part of the game? This game has a lot of unique death animations for cutscenes. It's great. Yeah, and like, when they're happening in front of you, I find it easy to get sucked into the mood, but hard to follow the plot. Right. Yeah, like who those two were, where they were, and what was going on was understated and referencing some earlier flashbacks. Why am I at this screen? I can't even really interact with anything here. Oh! Oh no, I pressed 1, 2, but I didn't mean to go all the way to black. Okay. Now we're making a party again. You know, last time I was squeezed down to 2, that worked pretty well by combining George with the Geomancer. So, I think I like the Machinist better than the Archer. The leg shot is more useful than I think most of the Archer's abilities. The high damage value aims I think are real important, but I'm wondering if I'm about to have a real tough battle, I might want to pick with the ones who I know best. I'd definitely bring a white mage. Do I want Agrias or I don't want Ashley. Ashley turned out to not even be that good. I don't want to look it up now, but can someone in Twitch chat get on Wikipedia and see if Nobuo Uematsu's the composer? Because I have a suspicion it might not be. I talked earlier about how the music is good. It's good earworms, but it seems a little notch lower than the Uematsu genius, where this guy is like winning legitimate classical music awards for his video game boss battle music. Tactics music is good. I don't think it's quite getting to that level, though. No, it's Hitoshi Sakimoto. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not. He's not. Okay, so also in terms of Japanese, not only live-action adaptation, but in-person performance art adaptation, the escape rooms are the real, and the stage plays are the stage. So we have Nier Automata the stage, and Metal Gear Solid the real, and Resident Evil the stage. Yeah. But if you go through the Resident Evil Haunted House roller coaster ride, that one's called Resident Evil the real. By the gods! Tim Curry. So you've come! Draw your sword, Georgicles! Oh gosh, this is great. The aesthetics are so... Not in the mood! I hope you will not object to me drawing my own.
I pity you, Vigraf, more than you can know. What must Maluda think to see you now? You would sell your soul to the Lukovai to slake your thirst for revenge.
Revenge? You think that is what drives me? I have no such petty concerns. I do not fight to avenge Maluda's death. I sow the seeds of chaos in the world of men and reap the anguished cries of the weak. Oh, yeah! The music! Okay, no, now I want to do it in like a poetic style. This is fun. Reading this out loud to the music is a blast. Worry not, Georgicles. Yours is a special case. I shall kill you myself. So, if I'm recalling right, it almost feels like we're catching up with a plot point that got forgotten about a few stages ago, where Vigraf is the leader of a morally ambiguous band of bandits who have the liberalism, modernity, Republican values, egalitarian values. They want to overthrow the monarchy and establish a meritocracy. And the reason they are morally ambiguous, though, is because they are robbing poor people to fund the effort, and also getting deliberately employing human shield hostage tactics. So, oh boy, timeliness. Yeah, morally ambiguous bandit leader who Georgicles caught up with, Ramza caught up with him after pursuing, oh god, pursuing him through the desert where it was a pursuit. It was a long distance pursuit. But why am I still fighting Vigraf? Because at this point in the story, I do believe Georgicles has renounced his allegiances and turned class traitor and decided that he actually likes the sound of a meritocracy better than his own aristocracy. So why are we fighting Vigraf right now, though? I think he kills our sister because of the human shield tactics. I think so. I might be wrong. I've been playing this game on and off in my pocket over a long period of time, and I can't possibly have all these details remembered. But now would seem like a great opportunity to render someone's armor, wouldn't it? But I didn't get the chance. So what's, was it a potion? I think I might have swallowed a potion too early. I heard Tim Curry and some theatrics, and now all I can think of is space! Fox only, Final Destination, no items, no bullshit, George, get good. 1v run Rust, Ramza killed his sister. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but there's a human shield situation, and the hostage is shot and killed. The hostage taker escapes, and if I recall, I think it was Vigraf who was the hostage taker. What am I getting wrong? Vigraf lost his ideals and sided with the guys who searched the stones. Oh, wait, no, he gives up the, like, Napoleonic crusade? No, back! Oh, back! Arrgh! Wait, rewind. There's a Final Fantasy X stage play called Final Fantasy X Kabuki. God, I wish I could... I don't know. So, like, the enthusiasm for Japan definitely waned down on trip number 4. Diminishing returns definitely kicks in around that one, I want to say. But thinking about these stage plays, I didn't do the stage plays. I still gotta... God damn it, I gotta go back sometime to do the stage plays. Okay, now, before I begin the battle here, now that I know what's happening and how to prepare for it, I can make sure he's optimized. Are you wearing the best things? No, he is not. The system wants to change the mage's cloak to an elven cloak, but I distrust the system. Vigraf's sister was called Maluda. She was one of the rebels. Yeah, there's this, like, parallel recurring theme where everyone's sister is, like, thrown around and tossed into the crossfire of these human shield situations. Your character has a sister who's with Delita right now. I think. Delita has a sister who gets shot as a human shield by the authorities while being taken hostage by the bandits. I remember that one pretty clear. It was a great scene, and there's this really, like, sad time jump where your character and Delita definitely decide to betray the nobility, but also kind of like silently agree to not see each other again for a very long time. Yeah, it's like, it's played out, Final Fantasy stories are played out very, very well on a minute-by-minute basis every 4 to 5 hours. It's in between, we're working with something that's a lot harder to figure out and put a pulse on. Okay, so if I'm in a one-on-one fight against a guy wearing heavy armor, what kind of accessory should I bring with me? So, the shoulder cape has an accessory evasion score of 10. It says minus 15. Okay, so to do the math easiest, let me actually remove the elven... No, not the diamond armor! I wonder how much of everyone's time in their life has been spent making up for misclicks. Okay, let's just pick highest physical damage prevention by default. Maybe there'll be something more interesting in the list. 25, 28. Vampire cape cannot be equipped. Final Fantasy Tactics low resolution interface issue got me where you kind of have to rethink how the math works at the right edge of the column. Is the Elven Cloak the only one I actually got? Because I've been looking at the wrong numbers. Boots that fit the feet perfectly, increasing the wearer's mobility, move +1, jump +1. Yeah, between the two, let's go with the cloak. Items, items, items. I have a question for people who know this game better than me. I have had a problem where, with most of my characters you'll see here, I never wanted to take this items command off. They feel so much more weaker without it, and it feels like that second slot is always being taken up by items, and there's so many more fun combinations and options and strategies to put in that slot, but it seems pretty linear, objective, seems pretty inarguable that items is always going to be the best one to put in that slot. I don't remember a lot of magic going on, so we'll give him defend. And I remember movement being an utter non-issue. So we'll do Treasure Hunter for the first time in the game. Alright, save state. And let's tippy-tap that fast forward button on the way to... Oh, there is another squad? I thought it was a one-on-one. I remember a one-on-one, I thought. Bum 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 bum. Doom doom bada boom 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 bada boom 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 bada boom 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 bada boom boom. George, make sure he can use items to heal. Yeah. I never take items off because of that. Like, how else do you heal reliably, easily? Unless you're genuinely wanting to die and retry several times. So, you've come. Draw your sword, Georgicles. Not in the mood? I hope you will not object to me drawing mine. The skills you want are called auto item, and they activate item as a reaction. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I don't know if I've unlocked it. I might have unlocked one of those, but I've seen it. So you're saying that later on in the difficulty curve, that will like gradually replace the items skill, the chemistry skill. Really tripped me up that like you got to go to potion school and get a potion certificate before you're allowed to drink a potion in this universe. I get it. Okay, so later on in the curve, I will be able to, You know what? This one might be kind of tough. Later on in the curve, you have your chemist skills set up as your reaction, and you combine two of the most overpowered later game skills as your primary actions. Is that the idea? How rewound are we? There we go. This is how rewound I want to be. Is it the F keys? It's usually the F keys. Yes. Oh, that's gonna be tough to see in the dark. You use reactions and passives to patch the weakness, put a full-time healer there, and then items stop mattering. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, that does kind of describe the way it's been going on. Okay, so granted, I know what you're talking about. I have been doing it. It has been happening. I just didn't realize I was doing it because it's been happening so slowly over like 30 hours, one crumb at a time. But that means that I should start removing the items once I feel like I've unlocked enough reaction skills to make up the difference. So I'm learning that I'm not doing anything wrong. It's just a very slow, strange-paced variant of game. What am I... Okay, he intros with a magic spell. What does he do on turn number 2? That's not a magic spell, that's a Holy Knight spell. And I'm not fully... super aware of the math calculating their damage. I don't think it's an elemental magic spell, but I'm not 100% sure on whether or not it's calculating it as basic physical damage either. Also, what do I even do if he keeps casting Hollowed Bolt on me for 140 HP? And, like, those things don't take up MP. He can, Would be nice to rend his sword, eh, George? Yeah. I suppose it would. However, you gotta get close to him for that, and he's just gonna backpedal away. Okay, so... I can't take more than 3 hits, it looks like. I gotta rend his sword within the first 3 hits. %0 chance. What's going on with that? Evidently that's not the case or something, or... Rend P... Rend Shield... Yeah, these are all hitting for 0 right now. What's the deal with that? Why... Oh, Rend Magic hits for 33. I wonder if it's an HP thing. Like, does my accuracy decrease with my HP decrease? It would be nice to know before drinking the potion, but now we're gonna die. F1. He has a safeguard. You can't rend it. Okay, Val. That's. I'm not. Okay, maybe speed. Maybe I can heal myself faster than he can hit me if I lower his speed enough. Because I gotta heal. I gotta be able to take more than 3 hits. So maybe render speed will be the key. And getting behind him too to reduce the amount of spaces he can escape to. Oh, I should have looked to the northeast. 140. So he's still slow. I should get 2 turns in a row at some point. After turn 4? Okay, so if he hits for 140... Now, I'll just die. I can heal for 70 here. And so I'll have 172. And then he'll subtract 4 for 30. Then I can heal for 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess I should keep hitting him. I should keep rending his speed and see if the effect stacks, and that could open up an opportunity for healing and damaging him at a safe... Yes! Yes! And look at that. Oh. I thought I was going to get a turn right away. Wah! I thought I prepared for that. I crunched the numbers. Peak hand holding. So, is it a ROM hack thing that I can't shatter his sword? It seems like Ren speed and luck are the 2 things I have working for me right now that can't visualize a different solution at the moment. Should I save scum? Maybe I can run out of his range? 1, 2, 3. I think he can move onto my square and I can't really outrun him. Maybe I should use the boots. Yeah, if my current idea is to beat him by speed, then focusing on Ren's speed, wearing the boots, and then hitting him and running away when we're about to hit the part of the turn order where he's going to have an advantage. Might be a way I can slowly whittle him down. I don't think I have any good options right now at all. I should just start it over. I'm already in a bad spot as soon as the fight begins. Let's say I loaded a quick save. I really don't want to be stuck for a week at a Final Fantasy Tactics battle that is borderline impossible. Pair of feather boots. Maybe I can run out of range? I can't. Huh. Okay, well. We will load the legitimate save and see if he, has any of those boots on him. See how this battle goes with boots, with a pair of boots. If you can't find a way, it's usually better to start again and try and prepare a different Ramza. I hope you're not thinking of a different Ramza that takes hours to put together instead of a different Ramza that just put on different boots. Okay. The chameleon robe also absorbs holy. It's holy damage? It's obvious with retrospect, but figuring this shit out's tough. Okay, that's actually good to know. It's holy damage I need to prepare for. That's the weirdness. Wait, so does that count as magic or not? Ah! So, for those of you who have also been watching the streams for a while, you... Oh, come on, now I'm silenced. You might recall that back in the day, was it February, when the streams began, was over financial concerns involving my mother getting very old. And around that same time, my building caught on fire. It's been a hell of a year. But I think I am starting... Oh, come on. Starting to be able to look forward to more... Oh, come on. Why did I turn the other way? Let's just rewind. Yeah, things are starting to work around, and I'm clinging on to a sliver of hope regarding the building situation getting better. If I got my work schedule fixed in a way that makes a kind of sense, and my budget is bad but slowly getting better. But the building is also hosting a new election where they're gonna have a different board, and I'm gonna try and think positively about that for the next few days while hoping the building won't get caught on fire when building management changes people, hopefully. So it was Rin speed that I wanted. But, George Building Board Edition. I gotta do building politics for a little while, and I really don't want to. And I'm not looking forward to it, but it's at least gonna solve it's gonna solve the problem of the building catching on fire in January and getting different people in there who aren't gonna be the same Airbnb clique that's, really fast-tracked an old building's lifespan to its end by trying to turn it into a cheap hotel instead. I almost am yeah, we're save scumming. Do you have rend power? I cannot rend his weapon. This has been something that was a point of contention in the chat a bit, but I'm save scumming. I'm gonna rewind and try dice rolls a couple times until they finally land right, because I've gone through the motions of trying to come up with a different team composition and just throwing my head at a battle and failing over and over again with that Ashley Riot battle in the desert, and it took a week. Like, it's not reasonable to be doing this stuff for more than a week. I do not know how to more reasonably explain that it is more normal and okay for me to save scum than for me to get stuck at this fight for a week. No, I mean rending his attack spell. Oh, rend power! Glad things are looking up. Sounds like it was a tough time. It was number 2 toughest. Second hardest part of my life. Second hardest chunk of my life was the first half of this year. Don't ask about the first. So, rend power. Let's try that one for a few times. Oh, it guarded. That means rewind. Rewind and re-roll. I wonder if the dice rolls... There we go. Oh, that was not a good enough dice roll. Okay, we got our hit. We got our hit. Yeah, we took the hit. We're not... Oh my gosh. It's not good enough. Okay, rewind, rewind. I think I accidentally overrode a save state. Getting a little nervous. Rewind, rewind, come on. No, why aren't you rewinding? Oh. That's definitely not the save state I'm after. Okay. I'll soft reset. It's there. Start, select. Okay. Start, select, triggers. Okay. Continue. Okay, let's save a state at the top of the list and the bottom of the list. When you're at a real important part of a video game, you want to start saving your states at the bottom of the list instead of the top, or else you might accidentally overwrite them. Let's just accidentally overwrite them. So, the accessory. There's some business with the boots or the capes of the accessory, and I think it was boots that were more advantageous because I might be able to slip away and heal for one extra turn. Ugh. They're really teasing you with how you have a buddy right next to your side in this screen, and then you load into the match and you're all alone and getting your ass kicked. Bum, 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Okay, now... No, not now, when the screen flashes orange. Oh, okay, there. System, save state 2. Should I reload that save state? So, I am going to cheese my way through this battle. Someone in Twitch chat said I should feel no shame, and so I won't. I did not block that attack. Let's rewind. Did not block it. Rewind. Do it again. Am I even ever going to block this thing? At what point does the... At what point is the die roll cast? At what point is it still malleable? He's not been blocking that. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Yes! I can slip away and heal for a turn. Haha! Woohoo! Is it just me, or did those boots give me a hell of a lot more than just one extra space? I'm at 5 now. I thought I was at 4 before, but for some reason I have visual memory of seeing only 3 blue squares light up behind him for this first turn. Either way, he should not be able to attack me, right? He can move 4 spaces down the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4. He can take my current space and then cast his Holy Knight attack that has a range of 3. So 1, 2, 3. I will try to get George to scurry on over to the wall on the other side. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This should be the spot. This should be a safe spot. Maybe now with these boots, I will have made this boss battle a hell of a lot easier and might not even have to save Scum. Let's find out. His attack doesn't get blocked, but I think he... Wait! No! No! Come on, man! There was a little semicircular nook that he was able to just walk right on top of and cast his magic at me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Let's try this. Let's try going backwards in a straight line. I don't know, Proud Nime. I think this one might be good. I think I got enough... I think I got hope that this one might work. What?! Shockwave! Oh, that's fine. That hit for so much less, it's not gonna matter. But it looks like he's now stuck in a worse spot than before, and I have even more room to escape than I did before. Yeah, I might be able to fully heal and circle around and come at him from uphill at the top of his own stairs. With the distance I can... Oh, let's do regular potions for a little while. Yeah, see, he wasted his turn. He was not able to do anything that turn. However, I think I am now in a similar bind of my own, it seems. Okay, now, do I take the narrow path or the wide path? And once again, can I just mention how good the art direction is here? It took me a while. You'll forget you're playing a PlayStation 1 game easily. This scene does not look like a PlayStation 1 game. There's no wobble. Because of the way the camera's not moving, there's no wobble. It looks solid. It looks rocky. It does not look hollow. It doesn't look made out of triangles. It doesn't look like it's shivering and wobbling and warping. I think I just have to... I think I'm gonna close more distance faster if I take the narrow route instead of the wide route. I can eat a potion and get a full heal on my way up the narrow route. But at some point, I need to bash him with Rin's speed. If I take the narrow route, he's gonna Judgment Blade me, or whatever it's called. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Or not. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, he'll Judgment Blade me. Never mind. So, scratch that plan. We're taking the wide path. Going head on. And eating a potion on the way. If we were playing Dark Souls, that would have been me making a cautious approach while eating a life gem. Yeah, in Dark Souls 2, you can life gem and move at the same time. That's what was that? That was a 3-digit number. Ah! Wait, I can take one more hit and then retreat. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll hit him with Rin's speed. Or potion. I'll hit him with potion, then I'll try a Rin speed, then I'll make a retreat. Because if Rin speed hits, I need to capitalize on it immediately and follow it up with at least one more hit before running to a safe distance. And there really is no safe distance. He's still gonna hit me with 50 points at a long distance. Hollowed bolt, that's what it's called. 140. If I can... Hey! Should I actually turn George into an archer or a machinist or something? If he will be taking less damage at larger distances? Well, if he used a ranged weapon, isn't that what happens when you turn them into archers and machinists and stuff? They just pull a ranged weapon out of their ass? I feel like I can consistently evade him, at least, with these boots. I've had 2 turns so far. But this one might be the last. Rewind. Look at this real-time dice rolling action. The rewind point is right at the... moment of connection. No! Okay, this counter thing... New plan, we're making George an archer or a machinist or something. A machinist, because he gets the leg shots, and that'll buy me an extra turn. Unless there's an archer skill... that will slow speed. I don't think I also properly experimented with render power. Yeah, let's actually load slot. No, don't save state, load state. Okay, let me try rend power a few times and see how that one works out. Oh, I think I should have done something earlier to help reduce the holy damage he's going to take as well. So, rend power might be able to buy me more time than rend speed by virtue of his attacks hitting for less than 1 turn's worth of costed movement. Okay, I need to save that save stop. That was actually good dice roll for once. It's funny how much it actually is, Val. Oh no. 98? Okay, that's what rend power did. That's good. That's good! Yeah, okay. So I can go in for a hit here. Woo, we're saving! Oversight is the work of demons, not gods. The Zodiac braves, their unholy knights, heroes of a false legend. I completely forgot what he's talking about. All such tales of gods and their miracles are false. Those who would lead prefer that history suit their needs and rewrite it to see that it does. And why shouldn't they? The fault lies not with them. The reeking masses yearn for gods and miracles. It is their opiate, and they consume it greedily. Oh no. The people do not endeavor towards greatness, but rather mire themselves in their petty shackles on the feet of man. Oh no. Their leaders give them no more than that for which they claim. Okay. This is after the like third bullet point. We mentioned it. It's now naked as hell. It is history's oldest and most oft-repeated tale. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Okay. Remember how early on in the stream I was suspecting that the story struggle was like a Napoleonic one, where the medieval peasants are fighting to overthrow. No, we're like 2 steps past that. Now we're having the medieval peasants are having an actual communist revolution. Fuck yeah. Do men exploit this weakness to dominate their fellows? Mayhap they do. But they succeed only because the people are eager to know such dominion.
Gods are only illusions born of man's fear. It is they who see this charade for what it is, and join in the pageantry who are to blame. That is so fun to read out loud. This is a advice for all the Final Fantasy Tactics weirdos. Try playing through this. Try reading the script out loud. Don't just read it with your eyeballs in your brain. It is the difference between having fun singing a song versus passively consuming something you've done 100 times before. And you did not conquer your fear. You turned to the aura site to find your miracle. It is because I am weak, because I fear, that I turn to the gods. Can you claim to be free of weakness and fear? There's even a little bit of rhyming and flowing going on that your brain voice won't notice. No, but I endeavor to be so. Your endeavors are soon ended.
He turns around and shows him his backside. You should still have the damage debuff applied, right? Yeah, so he just hit for 98, and we're regenerating for a chunk of that. And we're gonna run away with the boots to this little spot over here. He's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4. He moves 3. Please tell me he moves 3. No, he moves 4. 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe. Can I escape by going straight down? Not really. No. What about this square? That square. 1, 2, that's the square. Maybe go... Yeah, over to the left-hand door here. Actually, this might be a safe spot. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Yeah, I think he's close though. Like that one hit did 100 points. He has 340, I think. So he can't take 327. He can't take 4 hits. I gotta hit him 4 times. Vigraph became liquid and I love it. Okay, we're gonna run away and heal for a few turns. I don't think I need to be skimpy on the high potions. I might have just made a mistake. I don't think this battle's gonna last long enough for all of my high potions to go to waste. Ooh, or... what's he doing here? I'm just gonna go up and smack him right now, and I'll run away next turn after smacking him again! Because I kind of got him cornered here. Oh, fuck off. You know... Yeah, we'll fuck off from that one. I keep forgetting about this counter he's gonna do. 100, 70, 64. So if he casts and it hits, I'm dead. I could probably 98. Regenerate? Did regenerate save me? 127. We're close. This also went smoother than I was anticipating because this was nothing compared to the difficulty I have endured from the Ashley Riot fight and the building catching on fire and my mom getting old and dying. And going into tax debt. Damn. Yeah, he's not really all that bulky. Once you can take his hits, you have won already. Regen did the thing. So I scummed the dice rolls until Regen landed a good dice roll, and I'm almost fully healed, actually. How much do I have left? 223 out of 312? 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'll do another high potion, and then I'll actually go in for a hit. He can't... Also, question for the Final Fantasy Tactics weirdos. What has your mind's ear been imagining this noise as? I am imagining a rotating piece of stonework, a video game stone puzzle, an Indiana Jones-style stone puzzle piece. Cylindrical stone slabs. But why in the world did I come up with that? What about that noise? I mean, it sounds like a fart or a poot or something. But something about the speed that the camera moves and the noise and the tactile feedback has my mind going to Indiana Jones Stone Temple puzzle pieces. Yeah, I never thought about that sound before. For some reason I thought about it. For some reason I thought about what metaphor it is supposed to represent. So he's gonna go down to this square, 1, 2, 3, where I will be in range by only 1. So let me play it a bit safe. I'll move 2 squares to the right and drink a normal potion. Always reminded me of the wind-up knob on old cameras. That's a good one, because that's actually more closely related to the concept it's throwing around, the camera. So this shouldn't hit for 21. Oh, yeah. No, actually, hit me with another. That felt good. Yeah, I think it probably is supposed to be the camera thing, and your metaphor is gonna be stronger than mine. You are stronger than I had thought. You cannot run, V-Graph! Show yourself! This has gone on long enough. Gone on long. You are supposed to open your mouth wide and make the O sound. Yeah, the style of writing here, I don't know if enough people might have been making that case, that it's a theatrical style more than anything else. Excuse me? I suppose this means we're making another save state. Oh, I'm remembering. Yeah, weeks upon weeks ago, there was some kind of lame boss battle where a similar transformation sequence happened, and all my friends show up now! You fight alone no more, and nor shall I. Join me, bad guys I skipped through too fast. I am come. The battle is now joined, Georgia Clay's bulve. Behold for true fell power of the dark. Womp womp. Defeat Bellyass. Okay, so this one shouldn't... Oh my god. Does this mean that the kids in the 90s had to retry the whole boss battle over again to get to the second phase here? That's... Wow. Yeah, so we've got conflicting answers. Someone in chat said yes, someone in chat said no. Is Belv supposed to be like Beowulf? Beowulf? I don't know. I'm not gonna commit to a canonical pronunciation yet. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this for curing my depression, which actually might be working. I've been doing this for 5 weeks now. I've never been able to hold a pattern of a regular work schedule that long before, well, before the depression at least. So 90s kids had to retry the whole goddamn first half of the game to meet this sheep dude. How is it that, like, 90% of the battles in this game feel like they could have been made from a game today, like the battle system is still really impressive and a nice, slowed down deconstructionist study almost of what the typical Dark Souls style video game combat has become. It's pretty easy to wrap your head around the concepts, and the balance is so delicate, the expressive space is so vast, the emergence so presence, the emergence is present enough that when the battles are going on, it feels remarkably modern and ahead of its time. But then sometimes, like that saving system, the save system feels 30 years behind the rest of the game. Yeah, that's it. That's what's going on. Battle system way far ahead of its time that would later get influenced into and appropriated into other things, but a save system and a menu clicking system that reminds me of Pac-Man Fever more than Pokemania. So he's gonna be casting a Cyclops on that spot. Looks like it's actually aimed at George, so when does George go in the order? Oh, I need to check their descriptions too, see what I'm actually in for. No status, can't do it. He's a Gygus, like an Earthbound. What about these guys? Archaeodaemon. A member of a race of daemons that has existed since the Age of Myth. It employs the destructive dark arts. Dark arts? Bwamp, bwamp. Bwamp, bwamp. Bwamp, bwamp. I'm gonna focus on the guy on front for now. Is it just me, or have I heard this melody or this music somewhere before? Is there some, like, popular internet meme video going around or something? There's like 4 notes in there that the bwam, 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 bwam. I feel like I've heard that before. Okay. Maybe it's the night on Bald Mountain that's ringing my bells. This is getting a little awkward. So they cast big, massive magic spells that hit extremely hard. No! Can I petrify them right back? Oh god, did George save state after beating phase 1? I don't know, but I'm gonna hold the rewind button down for as long as I possibly can right now, and then make a save state. Okay, I can at least rewind before the Cyclops. I don't think this is a good space to be rewinding to. Okay, well, we're gonna do it. Save state 7. And I'm just saving right at the moment my party starts getting hit hard. Huh. Wonder how I'm gonna get out of this one. That is a lot of green. Yes, can both of them get out of the way in time? But no, I feel like the melody, I've heard it in a monster movie or something, similar to Godzilla. Maybe there's some giant Godzilla-esque monster scenes in other Final Fantasy games that use the melody. It's the bwah 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 bwah. It might also be from classical music. Evangelion, maybe? Maybe. I feel like that's ringing the bells a little clearer. And that would also be filed away in a similar cabinet as Godzilla and other giant monster stuff, right? Should I focus on the Belias or on the minions? Oh my god. I didn't even experiment with the best part. Yeah! Oh, this looks not like what I was expecting. Yeah, no, on 1080p, this is not what I thought it would be. What's the next one on the list? Nope. I'm playing with shaders now. Okay, that one's a little more responsible. I still don't like the darkening. I like the colors here, but not the warped edges so much. Curvature. I can adjust this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now just a little more subtlety, please. Still not quite smooth, actually doing the thing of smoothing out the staircases. I think I just want anti-aliasing? Oh no, we've got to compile our pipelines now. I'm not quite seeing an option similar to what I have on RetroArch on the handheld, where the anti-aliasing is applying to the 2D elements as well as the 3D. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. I'm gonna worry about the actual battle. Looks like wonky arcade. That was pretty well synced to the music. Also, we got some friendly fire. That's looking up. That's good. Oh my gosh. Well, there goes that attempt. I think it was state 7. Okay, let's see what I put on state 6. Oh, thank goodness. State 6, you are now the new... No, I'm not going to overwrite any previous saves. We're just going to stick with State 6 for now. State 6 is the cum state. Iconic. He is cum. That's what he is. It is his being. I have become cum. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. So I recall him using some pretty powerful magic spells. So I'll cast a pretty powerful magical protection spell on the person who's gonna get hammered the worst. Glenda Mustadio can shoot. Georgia Cleese has to stab. Agrius, I think, is who I will give the spell to. So I'm predicting that 9 turns into the future. 9 turns? Are they going to cancel her by then? Not if I make her run the hell away. Do we have line of sight? No line of sight. So this is a case where it looks like there should be. He's like too low or something. Or the fire in front of his face counts as a solid, non-transparent object. So I moved him into a vulnerable position where he's gonna have to waste his turn. It sucks, but I can handle it. I think I will give a bit of a strategic retreat this time. The confusion animation is also really cute as well. They just look like they're kind of frustrated. Does slapping someone with light damage cure their confusion? Let's find out. Pop. Yay, he's not confused anymore. He's got it together. He's no longer so frustrated. That wasn't so bad. Let's fast forward a bit. Let's fast forward a bit some more. I don't think I did anything about the the sound effects of their attacks. Don't know if that was worth it. So, once again, I cycled through my predicted moves about 3 times, because I was confirming what the casting range was going to be each time. Brum, brum, brum. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Okay, now we've wasted our healing spell. Oh my goodness. Would have been nice to heal Mustadio, but the elevation of the tiles was not allowing that to happen. There was too much of a crease or a bump or a something. I don't have it fully understood. Hey, good job, Confused George. He's not even confused anymore, he got hit so hard. This is happy accident. Trying to look for the... Oh, I don't have a petrify one. Wait, can I take advantage of friendly fire with the stone effect? Yeah, check this out. I hope this works. I feel like I just thought of a clever strategy. Very tactical. Yeah, look at how tactical that was. gotta bind fast forward to something on the controller. Yeah, we need to, like, right trigger and fast forward. I don't want to have to lift a hand to do this. That's too much effort. No, how are you able to do that so easily, dude? Does it ever wear off with time or something? Oh my god, and Mustadio's about to die. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Affleck. Oh, we're dead. We're dead! State 6! There it is. Fourth time will be the charm. And I don't think I'm interested in rearranging the team composition for this one. I don't want to replay through the first phase. Although the solution seems a lot more intuitive than with these guys. Wham, wham. Okay, so, like, to stay or to go? And it's especially a hard choice to make when first one in line chronologically is the last one in line geographically. Glinda's at the back of the line, but in the front of the turn list. Bum bum ba! Joe Bags. Saw that you had a work stream the other day. How's the progress going? Always wishing you the best. Thanks for the $100, Joe Bags, who holds many things. The progress is going good, but has been stunted by a couple of days of working on building politics. The Kriegspiel video essay about the history of strategy games has an extremely complete outline that has some powerful but simple thesis statements. I was pretty confused about how to frame a 3,000-year-long history that gets really weird, especially at the end with the invention of real-time strategy games in the 90s, but managed to do it by, well, we'll see. But I think I've managed to do it by narrowing some of the grandness of some of the claims I was making. One cool thing I found out was that real-time strategy games were invented by a top-down action game where you played as a little mecha shoot-'em-up robot thing, and you could, in the sequel, they made it more complex, so you could buy and sell little friends to help you out, and that's, one thing led to another, and apparently, real-time strategy games came out of that, which was apparently a very different continuity than turn-based strategy games, which is straight up, like, shared gaming history with Dungeons and Dragons. I got hung up trying to end my history of strategy games with what, where, and why would cause real-time strategy games to appear onto the scene. It turns out that the history of turn-based strategy games is one of the most clean, concise, it's chess turning into Kriegspiel, turning into Dungeons and Dragons. There you go. That's it. Several thousand years of gaming history can be quite delightfully included under that statement. Anyways, real-time strategy games are sort of an idealized version of drawing big green rectangles over a battlefield. Yep, I'll be talking about the rectangles. I'll even be talking about the Homeric metaphors and similes. There's going to be one of the things that made this more comprehensible is including a little bit of history about how the civilians versus the military were visualizing battle differently from one another. And the debates over playability versus realism fold into that, and so do little stories about culture changing depending on how the wars are going. America becoming very militant after World War II, but not World War I. being reflected by a consumer preference for war games developing after that time, but not before. While meanwhile in Europe, they really weren't too big on post-world. What am I doing? I'm disorganizing those thoughts into a real unorganized jumble, but at least you can tell I've been working on them, right? And then there's the Homer, where book 5 is in production. There are minutes of it complete. I have been working on and off of it all week. The actual timeline, listening it with my ears. I can't believe, spoiler alert for the Iliad book 5, but when the music gets all dissonant, can't believe how well it matches up. A lot of the descriptions of particularly vicious gore happens in league with the music getting real irregular and wobbly sometimes. Mars, the Bringer of War, has these cavalry chariot style sections where you hear strings go up and down to the galloping beasts of horses. It sounds like dun 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 da 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 blah. And that is actually going to line up with a Homeric description of Diomedes and Pandarus riding into battle towards one another, with the horses matching up with the strings, and then Diomedes throws, and it crashes into Pandarus's face, and it gets all fucked up and gory right at the moment where the music is going blah 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 blah. And I am constantly amazed at just how easy it is to fit the Iliad into basic generic action movie music, and how the rhythmic poetry will end up turning it into really powerful orchestral score that I don't know, if you're like me, will associate with the scene for the rest of your life when you hear this piece of music afterwards. No spoilers, your rendition is my first time reading it, lol. You put reading in quotes, but as if you were being sarcastic about not genuinely consuming it by listening to it instead, but that's the irony, is that it was always meant to be listened to as a physically impressive one-man band sort of act of performing arts as well. Okay, this time I have a 59% chance of hitting his legs. Yeah, we'll do that. Immobilization will be useful for now, while we're still preparing everything and trying to get the bad guys bunched up together. Holy magic might be good as well, but I don't want to move Georgicles just yet because I want to get hit by the Protect. Edwin and Agrius are on the way. Agrius might be able to take it, but none of them as well as George can. I'm so sorry, George, we have to waste a turn of yours. Okay, he should not be allowed to do that. That's mean. And now it's a wasted heal. Now, the Geomancy, I have not seen whether or not it actually works on these guys. You can't depetrify your friend, can you? No? We're going for a petrify. I hate it, but with the big bad immobilized, this might not be too suicidal of a move. Oh look, it didn't petrify them. They're allowed to petrify me, but I'm not allowed to petrify them. Glinda will be able to use the golden needles, but I think she's the only one. And the Petrify proved ironically useful. Maybe I shouldn't be complaining so hard. Okay, they're bunched up. This is a good moment for Agrias. I don't think she's gonna get it, though. I also wish they had meters of some kind floating around on the screen. What are you doing now? Fast forward, fast forward. Yeah, never mind. I did not know how close she was to death during a lot of that exchange. I think I'm gonna go for a leg shot just to clog up their formation. Yeah. No! Rewind! I need to get out of that habit. You're supposed to plan for the miss, not exploit this, but I wanna... It's late, I wanna go to bed, I've been up for a day. Working and worrying. No, Petrify again? You gotta be kidding me. Right. Move on, come on. Come on. How fucked are we now? We're pretty fucked. But despite that, we do have them nicely funneled. It's just that the guys whose job it is to take advantage of that is dead. Yeah, like if I could get Agrias to slam down a straight line of that divine punishment, I think is what it's called. This is a situation begging for that kind of move. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, and Agrias is about to take a lethal hit anyway, so there is nothing to lose. Do it. Divine Ruination. Oh. Oh, it's only gonna hit 2 of them. But you know what? Better than nothing. We also got a crystal on the way now, so I think I actually managed to reverse this situation into one that's not so dire. Ooh! Oh! I accidentally... What a game. What a cool game. We accidentally blocked their path completely with the 3 turns from now, it's going to turn into a crystal corpse, and then the petrified geomancer. Now this one hits hard, but it's not going to hit the petrified guy. Choof. We got to get them up now. Now is definitely the time. Gold needle. So we do at least... We'll go for damage now, healing later. Damage now, healing later. Let's get Agrius back up and get her to contribute some damage. Okay. I'm going for damage. I'm sticking to the plan. Closer. Now we should be focusing on healing. Unfortunately means keeping him a little closer to his friends instead of running straight away to safety. I think I'll prioritize healing our healer before anyone else. I think that's the safest way to get the daisy chain of healing going again. I'm being too stingy with my high potions. I should have used a high potion. Damn. Okay, how are we gonna get our daisy chain going now? It's time. I think we got our daisy chain going. I think I've won. Six high potions. 1, 2, 3. I don't like it. 4. I'll have him drink a regular potion. I'm gonna ignore the monster in the upper right. I'm gonna assume that they're a non-threat for the rest of the fight. This really is, like, way more intense than this turn-based magical fantasy adventure should. Nail-biting gameplay, yeah, really. It's honestly pretty great. This is the deepest I've gotten sucked into a match so far. We've powered through the realms of beating a boss trial by error through scumming. Now I'm actually getting into this flow state of trying to maintain one continuity. I think I can do it, and I think it's gonna look and feel really cool. Except when I'm pressing the fast forward button sometimes. Okay. Should I get in close now and try to actually smack him? Or should I try to rend? I could rend, and I'll be right next to a healing crystal soon. What's the turn order? She's gonna cure, and Agrius is gonna be attack. Glinda, Edwin. We should go for an attack. I think now is actually the time for an attack. The most intense turn-based games often do have a habit of feeling like they're bearing down on you in real time. Yeah. Yeah, there's this anxiety of whether or not I should keep waiting. I might think of something. If I keep waiting and don't end the turn, I might think of something better. Check if the dude counters. Yeah, right, you gotta make sure you think of everything. Alright, it says he doesn't counter. We'll check the rending first, and then we'll check the regular attack. So speed and power might be helpful. 60% on power, 60% on speed. Let's do power for now, because I'm worried he might not survive the next hit. It worked. I'm not gonna save. I love the suspense. I want to bite my nails. He did not counter too. Good call, Val. One, two, three, four. I don't think Agrius is going to have much of a useful turn here, so let's keep her healing. Okay. Can finally snipe this Lucky survivor. This is different. Am I still fucked? It missed! Whatever that was, it missed! God bless the dice of this game. I can't decide who I should be praying to. I haven't forgotten about Mustadio, but I'm hoping to use Glinda to heal him instead of... Can I get him to the crystal? Not really. Okay, he's gonna cast Lich. And the Lich is gonna hit Mustadio. So we're gonna cast the fancy, expensive revive on him, and whoever has the first opportunity to run for the crystal is gonna run for the crystal. I think instant death or doom. Oh, that's great. Love instant death and doom. Well, it's a good thing that Glinda's at least getting her, her revive spell done. So hopefully Mustadio will be able to run to the crystal right when he gets up. No! No, 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 no! That's not... rewind, rewind. Okay. I can't believe how tough this game can get sometimes. I can believe it. I remember what it was like. And I ultimately wonder if, like, the conclusion my mind is currently reached is one of, I didn't even need to go for the crystal! Is one of, support and appreciation for accessibility features, where, like, there's this kind of thought that maybe kids in the 90s never actually should have put up with this. That might have really fucked them up. That was a really good turn. I'm very glad that I save scummed that one and rewound. You know what? That was for the best. I just got a pretty good dice roll done, and I should appreciate that and focus on the positivities. We are playing Final Fantasy Tactics with a very hardcore mod designed to make it even more hardcore to cure our depression on this stream with really intense music. In some of the hardest tacticianing you're ever gonna do. Maybe that's why we became fun-hating, gatekeeping jerks. Well, but no, okay, see, the thing is, the game is fun. The game is fun. No question there. The game with the rewind button is funner. The game with the save states button is funner. It's the same game is still fun. It didn't go anywhere. You can still grind through the pain if you want. But imagining what Okay, this arises the question though, the all-time classic question of whether or not the difficulty curve is being unreasonable. You gotta compare it to Dark Souls, right? Does it feel like there's the same kind of deliberacy? Did they want me feeling hopeless? That's the question, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't do anything with her. Not this turn. Bwah, bwah, bwah. I find it hard to visualize kids in the 90s doing this without some degree of time spent playing the game halfway over again, because I see it now. There's no real way to do this unless you have some very strong melee builds and some very good luck. If I was a kid in the 90s, I might be on retry number 6 by now. Doable but hard, and the question is always whether or not it's like gonna feel like it's serving a greater purpose. Bwah, bwah, bwah. Bwah, bwah, bwah. Yes, the game is fun, but imagine the street cred you would get when you talk with a puny person that could not survive the grind. I don't know, I feel, in my old age, like I am the puny person who had been made weaker from enduring the grind rather than stronger. The amount of time this stuff takes will come back to haunt you one of your years, kids. Eventually, at some point, you might start reading books and think, I could have been doing that this whole time. You might discover the magic of poetry in your 30s and think, I could have been reading poetry my whole life instead of playing video games. No, not Phoenix Down, Gold Needle. At this point, it's now started to turn into kind of a slog, and we're just mopping up. There were more interesting decisions being made when this guy had friends, and this guy no longer having friends, and being easily immunizable. 60%? Let's do it. Let's rewind. This is mopping up. I don't feel bad about save scumming from this point onwards. There were a few bad save scums. I felt bad for a few of those. I did. I feel pretty confident that I'm gonna commit to FFT to the end and see what it's like, but to see what it's like. And also because I do really enjoy the system. The vastness and flexibility of its system is really something else. God, look at this. It's just... At this stage, it's just tedium. Going through the motions. Rinse and repeat. Okay, so in this year that I have spent specifically focused on strategy games, this isn't necessarily an FFT thing. This is a ancient, primordial problem of the genre. Advance Wars has this problem pretty bad, where the second half of a turn-based strategy game, once the match has kind of been decided, will just go on way longer than it feels like it should. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wham, wham. Let's go for real damage while he's pinned down. I don't think I... Yeah, only 36. This is going to take a while. And I am impatient, so let's sacrifice George for a clean hit on his back. Also, someone in Twitch chat said that this guy should only take 2 or 3 or 4 good hits of physical damage, so that is giving me confidence that maybe I shouldn't have right now. I wonder how right they were, because I feel like there's got to have been more than 4 at this point. Let's do Ether and retreat and think for a turn. I want to get him away from my statue friends. There was some kind of special sound effect for that. Was that a critical? It went ba-bing! No, dude, you gotta stop. That's not... That is OP as hell. What is it? I'm gonna have to cast Asuna. Wait, I think she has, Needle, yeah. Times 7. Maybe Glinda should eat the crystal. She could use the MP. Dun 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 dun. I've never even really experimented with the wall spell. Conjures up an invisible barrier to protect the body from physical and magical blows. So, is that like a combination of protect and shell? Or one thing I was imagining is if it actually manifests a physical solid wall on the tile you cast it on. I'm assuming not. And this guy's big scary attacks are all magic attacks, so we'll cast magic protection. Now can Mustadio use the needle? Yes, he can. What's the range on this petrify attack he has, though? Because that's like if he can just look at me trying to save my petrified friends during any of this, that's gonna be rough. What are you reading right now, George? I'm reading Ulysses. I'm going through an old Great Courses poetry lesson, so I'm reading poetry. I'm learning to appreciate poetry, and it is quite the mind bender, because it is about syncing up your thinking voice with your speaking voice. No coincidence, I keep talking about this stuff. It's like in some grand narrative out there. It's the origin of all storytelling. It's a large-scale boisterous claim can be made from this observation that engaging with artwork involves syncing up the speed of your thinking and the thoughts of your thinking with the artists to some capacity, and that's been going on since forever. And with poetry, it happens in a very direct, real way. And that's one of the reasons why Homer is so creepy and fascinating, is because the chain begins with him of giving up a bit of your thoughts for other people. So now they're confused. Learning to appreciate poetry after Homer. Right, yeah. It first happened with Homer, but now I'm learning to appreciate poetry that's not Homer. One thing I did that was pretty neato was a, maybe the geomancy will scare them straight. I did the dactylic hexameter poem Evangeline, listened to audiobook and lipped along, and that is one of, if not the only English poems written in dactylic hexameter that actually managed to make it work. That's the meter scheme. I can't call it rhyming scheme anymore. I know too much. I can't say that. It's better suited for Latin languages and Greek, Mediterranean languages than English. And so, listening to 2 hours of thoughts metered to... Hang on, I'll actually play a tool I found. Oh boy, gotta look it up. Bookmarks not saved on this instance. Listening to someone else's thoughts, organized, timed to a meter, spoken to a meter, will get you to your sponge brain, will absorb it, and spit it back out in some poorly memorized, bastardized, amateurish attempt at what you had absorbed. But I managed to squeeze a few good lines of English dactylic hexameter out of some Reconstructionist Koine Greek Homer, and I actually found a website that will time it up and give you a full-length recording of a professor doing the Reconstructionist singing with a drum beat. And at some point I might actually dabble into learning hypotactic.com, that's it. I might actually I might actually give Ancient Greek a shot. I might actually try to learn how to read the original text itself, because this tool here, let's do the Odyssey. His narration of the Odyssey I think is better. This tool makes is going to make the learning fun. Check this out. If you think something like that sounds really crazy and impressive, just wait till you see what happens when I actually crop the window properly and slide it into place. And mute Duck Station to get Homer going. Oh, yeah, gotta press a few buttons first here. Colors, scansion, feet, Sasura. Here we go.
Andra mojenne pe musa, polytra pon hosmala polla, blankte petro jeis, hieron tolietrone persen, pollundan tropon, I den aste akaino on egno, polladogen pondo, patenalge ahon katatumon.
Listening to this for several hours while doing grueling hours of house chores, worms its way into your brain in a way that you can actually reciprocate into English somewhat more comfortably for at least an hour or two afterwards. Now, I'm gonna bring up a passage. Oh, another thing that really made it make sense is, imagine waving your fingers. Oh, the singing teacher calls it waving the phrase. In singing, it's called a phrase when the conductor is waving his arms back and forth. And this is supposed to very, very tune you in by the frame of when you have time to breathe for the next syllable. And using that visual for the spondies, it's one of these is a squiggle, one of these is a straight line. And that actually kind of corresponds with a change in rhythm of the sound of your voice. And when you sync up your thinking voice to your speaking voice like this forever, you can just do it forever. Complete, very good, large word counts of thoughts in your head, but your mouth only comes out for a second, and before you know it, they start going in different places, and you're visualizing what you're saying a few steps ahead of what your mouth is mouthing. The psychological tricks continued to evolve from that moment on up to digital electronic video games, where there's a certain rhythm in your head of anticipating the next movement of your action, and you're going to have to improvise when you see that it's not going to come out perfectly the way you envisioned, and the ordeals and trials that the characters are going through are going to hit you harder because your thinking and the rhythm it's locked into now is synced up to what the artist is wanting you to feel. They're mind controlling you subtly. How do I convey that with more excitement for the kids these days? The next step is actually learning Homeric Greek. This is a pretty neat tool. Best Indian rap ever. Oh, is this some Proto-Indo-European linguistic conspiracy? That language did spawn poetry. Well, the thing is that poetry, oh my god, this is another crazy contradiction that makes a lot of sense when you spend enough time absorbing the academics talking about it. Poetry is the cataclysmic collapse of all other forms of communication, to the point where the meaning and the shape and the recitation of the word no longer completes itself, and you are left with nothing but the in-betweens. There's a progression to how technology gets utilized with art. It gets utilized with the bean counters first, and language did get utilized with the bean counters first. Poetry comes at the end of a chronological sequence of development where language is first getting used to describe very pragmatic, immediate, worldly concerns, and then later on gets used to describe more fantastical, magical concerns. But that's because, like, the language evolves to a point where metaphors start kicking in everywhere you look when you're trying to use the language. This is speculating the development of spoken language. There is hard written record of this happening with written language, where the earliest writing systems in Mesopotamia were for merchants keeping track of inventory, large amounts of inventories of goods. The poetry and the storytelling came later. But there's like still no less a poetic link between the sound coming out of your mouth and the abstract, invisible, unknowable thought of your head that's not in a language. A lot of the thinking you do is not in a language. You read Julian James to learn that, but if you notice yourself thinking, that's apparently a different thing. When you're walking, you're not thinking about the motion of your legs. When you get good at a game or a sport, you don't actually think about what the commands you're giving your body parts. It happens back into the primordial realm where it is no longer being tackled with language. And so poetry is the cataclysmic collapse of those various forms of linguistically interacting with the very nature of your being to confirm to yourself with your thoughts that you are you. Yeah, I've developed a wonderful new way of appreciating art over the past month that I think has proven so far, on week 5 at least, to be the most foolproof way of fixing the depression and burnout problems that I had been having after growing disillusioned with video games at how they don't seem to be changing that much compared to when I was a child. The mental dialogue I'm having when playing a video game is nothing compared to what it used to be. And on the Dad and Sons podcast, we were talking about a game where you played, I think, as an owl you played as a little bird. It was called Death's Door. A lot of people quite enjoyed Death's Door, an enjoyable little Zelda-like, but me and Matt, I remember, we settled on the term unstimulated to describe how we were feeling, and it's because we played so many things like that before that we weren't even thinking anymore when playing it. Our mind was either somewhere else or actively acknowledging a sense of boredom that comes from not enough thoughts being in there. Yeah, when I do game criticism from now on, I am going to be paying way more attention to the actual language of the internal monologue. I'm going to be trying to pay way more attention to the I'm going to jot down notes about what makes me especially frustrated and try and look at them later to see if it was done for a grander artistic purpose. Ah! This guy is how do I defend against this petrification attack of his? Video games are a good way to turn off your brain at this point. I disagree. I've never really even been able to do it. I've had the hardest time in the world even being able to do podcast gaming, and ultimately only got adjusted to it through Tetris. I learned how to podcast game with a game as simple and abstract and free of a complex narrative as Tetris because I wasn't able to do it. The thinking, it doesn't stop. It just plain doesn't. If I think about it, it'll wind up. I just said everyone goes through plenty of parts of their days where the thinking doesn't stop. But once it starts, it keeps going and it doesn't stop. Ah! Sometimes music can cue it into stopping, which is another thing that the Iliad is tapping into so well, and I'm happy to help other human beings discover, is how poetry and music and the abstract confused. That's not that bad. This is fine. Everything's fine. We have entered into a self-sustaining loop of confusion that will eventually work itself out. Life imitates art. The confusion will eventually work itself out. There we go. Mustadio will give one of these guys a slap on the wrist. I think Georgicles. I think Agrius. I think the healer is going to be the most important one. I can't believe this. Brr, brr, brr. What could I have even done about it? Bah, bah, bah. This is actually kind of insane. I am cheating the system hard and shameless. Rewind! We're cheating the hell out of this system. This has gone on for way too long. It's clearly, like, mistakes were made. This was not the developer's vision. Like something got wrong with this fight in particular. All of the fans were warning me about it. This guy's abilities seem completely out of whack. It was the 90s. They couldn't issue a day one patch and fix this. Yeah, I'm ending this. It's midnight. I am an hour past due. It's the sheep guy too. The other boss fights did not actually last this long. What is this guy's deal? It's not even a very interesting fight. The two of... We're just cycling in and out of confusion and petrification. The least interesting status effects that basically... Well, petrification is not very interesting. Confusion is interesting. One of those two status effects is not even an interesting problem to be solving. It's just death by a different name. It's just slightly less bad death. And I can't even... Oh my god, it's because it's the seal evil. It doesn't work on real human beings because it's seal evil, right? There's rules, and I have to, like, learn this... Ah! So, yeah, instead of, thinking about whether or not I got an interpretation close to the artist to make the art move and the story progress, it is... It's like getting a car stuck in the mud. Ugh, I moved him too close. Rewind! 1, 2, 3. I wanted to block him in, but I moved him in too close. You know what? I'll use this opportunity to wake this friend up. They hit for high damage. Maybe they'll get in and finally finish this guy. Yeah, like, he's not even really killing me. He's just annoying me. Confusion is interesting. Petrification is aggravating. That was supposed to hit for 96! But it only hit for 48! Because of the dice! Everyone is so hopelessly confused, too. Please don't heal him. My god. What a stupid fight. What a bunch of stupid party members. Good vibes are going. I enjoy Final Fantasy Tactics sometime, but not when it's doing this shit. Ugh! Petrified again! I don't want to hit her for 100. Is there something I can give her to fix it? No. No, there is not. And I don't want to use the high potion either. I only have 3 of them now, and I now actually have to worry about that. I'm gonna attack her. We need her healing spell soon. Oh, and I got a crit. Ugh. What are the dice doing? Do they have a mind of their own? Is it actually random, or is it designed to piss you off? Oh, friction, friction. Why have we endured so many years and years and years of friction? Is it actually worth it? Come on, let's get this over with. I can't believe that didn't miss. I've had such bad luck for this whole fight that, like... The thinking has quieted, at last. There are things I want to say, and I am finding it easier to just not say them. I think that was it. I think he had a health meter for the final hit.
Unga! Brought down by hand of mortal man.
Oh, God. Okay, it's done. It's done. Boss battle's done. Alma! No. No. There's still one... No, there's not. Proud 9, there is not. There is not still one more boss here, though, LMAO. There is not. There is a save game button and a go eat dinner and go to bed button. At some point we get the save game button. Save game button. No, there's a cutscene first. I hear story happening. He isn't come anymore.
You're gonna be all right. My sword. Where is my sword? I must stop him. Stop it. Won't you fetch a taper to kindle some light? It is so dark in here. It's all right. You needn't fight any longer. Rest yourself. Your brother. Tell him for me. You're a sight, a foul work, evil. My father, nay, that was no longer my father. Transformed by the Orosite, one of the Lucovi. You should not speak. Georgicles was right. It must be stopped. It could destroy all of Iverlice. Such power. You must tell them. Tell them all. They must cease their fighting. Together, they must face a greater threat. Where is my sword? My arm does not heed me. Be still now. I saw its body in the hall. My brother slew it. It is done. It is dead, slain, that I might rest. In my doublet there is a piece of orosite. You must give it to your brother for me. I will. Thank you. My eyes are weary, heavy with sleep. Let me rest them for a little while. Whose voice is that? Ah, so here you are. I shall speed you to join the others. You needn't fear. Your death shall be quick. Belias, they've defeated him. Your brother's ill luck for us. Come, we're leaving. What's this? Virgo stirs. You, could it really be? Mayhap our luck turns. I should not have thought to find our quarry here. I had feared we might search another century or more and still not found you. What are you talking about? Release me! Do not worry. Your life is safe. Now, come. Oof. And then you got like curtains. There's a little bit of a raise, a vertical scroll to the blankness behind the medium. Yeah, it is written theatrically, it's presented theatrically, it feels like you're meant to read it out loud theatrically. I wonder how many other people have gotten hung up on
on that thread. But anyways, I actually wanted to play us out tonight with some amusing video game shit tier e-celeb YouTuber nonsense that I found the other day found a few hours before starting the stream that I thought was actually kind of hilarious. But before I go, like, is there anything that I missed in chat that was explaining some light on what was going on? I feel like in the base game this guy only has 400 to 500 HP or something. He who was come has been brought down by hand. There's still one boss here, though, LMAO. No, there is not. Not anymore. Not for tonight. We are not gonna experience one more boss down there. They kidnapped Georgocles' sister again. Sisters are always getting kidnapped. Damn. Well, that sucks. But if your sisters have been getting kidnapped and you need to raise some money to go on an epic adventure to bring them back, your friends at Sony Corporation here might be able to help. Good evening, Sony, tracking your YouTube channel and mesmerized in your content. Our organization recognized how you aim to work out reliable and bright video content and count that our technologies can come to the rescue you to reach a new level. Our team, we want to offer cooperation in the form of promo for your YouTube videos. Offer check opportunity manifest to your advantage audience, the audiences of our devices. What you will get from this cooperation: modern Sony technologies. Get the opportunity to use and demonstrate the most optimal Sony technologies in their videos. And additional income. Get payment for advertising Sony products. I wish you the best, Sony Company. Partner with Mountain Dew for success. Hello! Mountain Dew, the leading manufacturer of high-quality carbonated beverages that quench your thirst, is reaching out to you! We have been impressed by the content on your channel and believe that a partnership with you would be mutually beneficial. Our delicious Mountain Dew drink is loved by consumers all over the world, and we would love for you to showcase it to your audience in your unique style. Whether you want to review, taste test, or simply enjoy a refreshing Mountain Dew on camera, we are open to creative ideas for integration. If you are interested in collaborating with us, please let us know your terms and we can discuss further details. We are excited about the possibility of working with you and bringing the refreshing taste of Mountain Dew to your followers. Best regards, Mountain Dew team. Good night and good beverages to all of those who consider yourselves you.